Hey guys, Rorius here. This made me chuckle right as I started. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, that reminds me. The talking about countdowns reminds me of the. I have not done a YouTube premiere in a long time, and I remember these weird YouTube countdowns were a thing. Uh, Interesting. But yeah, we're doing another Reddit stream. It's been a long time. It's been apparently like 11 months. No, 10 months. No. Yeah, 11, 10 or 11 months. No, 10 months. Because I remember it was September. It's currently July. Last one was September last year. YouTube censoring pew pew is diabolical. Wait, what? Jump scare, how welcoming. Rorius jump scare. Yes. Yeah. What the hell was I saying? Um, yeah. No, the last Reddit reaction stream I did was before I went into surgery last year. Uh, where are the SWAT officers, Rory? Someone removed them. Hmm. Yeah, they're meant to be normal, but countdowns are still countdowns. All those visuals that music always made me feel unsettled. It is. They were bizarre, to be fair. It's a Rick and Morty reference. Okay. Huh. Been a long time since I watched Rick and Morty. All right. Cool looking Portal 2 DLC that I only found out existed quite recently. Interesting you say that. If this is what I think it is, I believe I've played a version of this on the channel in videos. Oh, hey!
The family. Big 7.
Yeah, holy shit! It feels like just yesterday. It was 69. Yeah, no, it's. I appreciate it. It's wild every time I think how long that is, because you just see a number and it's like, oh, a number, and then you actually think about how long that actually is. It's crazy. Yeah. I was gonna say, I think we just barely made the 69 in. Oh, hey Nathan. Just in time to see it. Yep. I have a Razor Hydra. That's just it. I'm just gonna check. I did actually play it on the channel, right? If I just go to my channel real quick. Go to the dashboard. And then just go to the playlists. Where is it? Playlists. And then I filter for Portal. Portal? I'll just put this on the screen. I believe I just put it in the Portal 2. I did. Oh, I was about to say I did Portal 2 co-op stuff. I did special levels. Oh, is there more? I don't know. Why is it only loading 10? There we go. I was gonna say, what the hell's going on? I believe in this playlist. Oh my god, my brain is so morning brain. Oh god. I'm like moving in through treacle. Yeah, here it is. Here it is here. So there was a weird trailer thing for so Super 8. There's a weird trailer thing for Super 8 I did an episode of that's in the Portal 2 playlist. But I also did this the Sixth Sense. God, the thumbnail sucks for this. I did a Portal 2 6 Sense video years and years and years ago.
Hello everyone, Rorius here.
I was still in the my old bedroom.
Back with Portal 2, but this
Oh,
time
okay.
I'd show you
All good, Core. Yep.
something that I got a little while ago. It's not too long after Portal 2 doesn't normally have. These controllers, with these controllers, you can actually play original, but you can do the motion gesture for jumping, and I think there are other things you can do with it as well. But the right stick is used entirely for camera view and. Oh god, it's going to continue to tell me.
Hey, Tiana.
Continue to tell me tutorial stuff. It's probably a bug
Yeah,
to get rid
baby
of
Rorius.
what it is. But yeah, so you just actually an interesting feature that they added with this is that because you don't know how far out you're holding it, if you hold a box over a button, there we go. The little button sign.
Yeah, the little
closely. The sign on the button goes from blue to yellow, and so when you let go, it'll fall. The box will fall successfully onto the button.
Yeah.
These features.
It's cool. It's a really cool thing, but it's...
Right. This is really impressive, actually. This is something that I thought was like, holy crap. I was like, how did they do this? God.
Oh, that's right. This is kind of amazing.
The physics of the cube. This is something that I don't fully understand. Like, I know...
Because knowing how portals work in the Source engine, that feels illegal. It exists on both sides. Anyway, yep. Yeah, the spaghetti here, or what times were those? Oh, what times those were? Yeah. Anyway, let's watch this. Let's watch our first entry. Oh God. No, wait. wait. If I go like this, can I just click a link? No! I have YouTube Premium, I just can't open the link to go to my YouTube channel. To my account. What have we done? You like middle click? Open a new tab. Open image in new tab.
HBO.
No! God damn it! This is gonna be a problem. There we go. I got it. Oh, apparently I've seen this. Apparently I've watched this before. Install unlock?
So in one of my
I don't know what that
Valve
is.
videos, I mentioned that Gabe Newell had a bit of a grudge with the PS3. Valve
This video is 27 minutes. Wait, is there a timestamp? Oh, I can't tell because there's no link. I can't believe you don't already. uBlock? No, I mean I just use YouTube. I use YouTube Premium. I don't use Reddit. That's part of the problem. But then I also don't really. I have YouTube Premium, so I don't have any extensions installed. In fact, I don't even think. Yeah, I don't even have. Oh, I do. I do have AdBlock still. Doesn't seem to work most of the time. Ugh, these days, AdBlock doesn't seem to really work. Firefox ad blocker? Oh. Yeah, no, I haven't. Nope.
Gabe Newell would openly complain about the issues that it had when it came to developing games for it. But as time went on, it seemed like the system would make a recovery, and by the second half of the generation, it had pretty much caught up to the 360. But in that first half, it seemed like Valve was dedicated to just working on 360.
Apart from Twitch, right.
Like Left 4 Dead 1 and 2, and release those exclusively for 360 and PC. Valve would soon realize that Microsoft had their own problems, and it seemed like releasing patches and free DLC was not something that the 360 was going to allow them to do. I think it's generally accepted that Valve reconsidered due to having trouble with Left 4 Dead when it came to providing DLC and patches on 360. There are some interviews with Gabe and the rest of Valve staff saying that the PS3 was more akin to something like Steam.
I was gonna say I remember this quite vividly back in the day. Yeah, I remember Valve complaining that it's like it costs so much every time they wanted to pass a patch to Microsoft's systems they'd have to pay to give Microsoft the update, and ship it, and Microsoft would there was like processes that Microsoft would have to go through of like either testing or processing the update so that it would work on, that they could distribute it on their devices, and then for anything beyond just like a small patch, it was I remember them saying that they might have to charge for updates through Microsoft, which I don't think was entirely true. But I do remember them basically saying, like, if we wanted to release, like, a content update, it might have to go through, like, a paid Microsoft Live thing. And they were just like, that sucks. So, yeah, they had a deal with PlayStation, with Sony, that they would release Steam on the PS3. So, essentially, yeah, they were allowed to put a version of Steam on your PS3. Like, Sony made that happen. So that then they could just update it as they wanted, whenever they wanted. Like, instantly.
I'm sure some deals were made with Sony and Valve in order to get things back on track with the PS3, but all of this led to Portal 2's surprise announcement at E3 in 2010.
And that was crazy. That was crazy, this moment. Because I'd heard constantly over the years that it's like, nothing. Valve will never release anything on PlayStation. And as a PlayStation boy of the time, that back then you had to choose either Xbox or PlayStation. And as a PlayStation boy, I was so devastated that I had heard there was never going to be a thing other than the Orange Box, which was not really entirely made by Valve. Like, it was kind of semi-ported by another studio, I believe. Although I might be wrong about that. The Orange Box. Oh my god, I spelled it so wrong because of a weird angle. The Orange Box is so good. It was such a cool thing. Yeah. The PS3 version developed by EA UK. So there was like an EA thing for the PS3 one.
Where Gabe Newell would come on stage, apologize for the way he spoke about the PS3, and announce that Portal 2 would have, quote, the best version on any console for PS.
Only if you installed Portal 2. If you put Portal 2 into your PS3, yes, it had Steam.
Now, I've been pretty outspoken in my comments about the current generation of game consoles.
Oh. Wait. Half-Life 2, like, you could get mods working on Half-Life 2 for the PS3? What the fuck?
So, I'd really like to thank everyone at Sony for their gracious hospitality and for not...
Companies make everything to fight against it, yeah.
While we don't have too many details about the PS3 version's development, we do know that from the get-go, it was being tied into
Jailbroken.
Steamworks and the
It
Steam
makes sense.
network. Portal 2 would come with a free Steam code for anyone who bought the PS3 version.
Unfortunately, I couldn't wait for the PS3 version to come out. I was so desperate to get it. As soon as it released, that I bought it on Steam first. But I believe I did buy it on PS3 eventually. Oh, it's probably hidden behind... I was like, I have a wall of games next to me, but they're 2 layers deep, and the older stuff is in the back, so... it's probably in the behind a layer of games. But yeah, I did eventually buy the PS3 version, but so actually technically I have a code for a Steam copy that I never gave out. I never used.
Meaning that you could play PC and PS3 crossplay together with only one copy of the game. I bought Portal 2 on
I didn't
PS3,
notice it, but
not
I've
just
seen
because it was
Maddie
the main
talk about
console
it.
at the time, but because it came with a free code for the Steam version in every copy. Allowing people on PS3 and PC to both connect and play the co-op together was probably the first time I ever saw console and PC crossplay. I still have my original copy lying around. This is like peak Valve here, and they knew that they were the GOAT at the time, and they would offer these insane deals that you simply couldn't refuse. 2 copies of a brand new game for 2 different systems was unheard of at the time, and it's not even something that we see today. But Valve knew what they had was gold, and they knew that they could push it on PS3 and also get people onto Steam with this. I have great memories of playing the PS3 version in my living room while my brother played co-op with me from his PC. And we would just kind of shout down the hall and be like, hey, like, go put this here or whatever. Portal 2 on PS3 was a solid way to play an amazing game.
Yeah. I was gonna say, do I skip ahead? Because he's gonna talk about PlayStation Move now, which I also had. I owned PlayStation Move controllers and stuff, but I didn't use the PS, like, I didn't play the PlayStation Move version of the Portal 6 Sense pack. I played the original Razor Hydra one. I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit.
A standalone DLC campaign called Portal 2 in Motion.
If you are a non-employee who has discovered this facility amid the ruins of civilization, welcome. And remember, testing is the future, and the future starts with you.
So technically, this wasn't exclusive to the PS3, so let's talk about that real quick. I originally thought that Portal 2 in Motion was exclusive for PS3, but it turns out that's not entirely the case.
No.
At the time, Valve and Razer made a partnership with this company called Sixense, who were focused on developing motion controls for PC. It seems like the three parties worked together to develop the Razer Hydra, which is this freaky looking ball controller with two handles that kind of look like Wii nunchucks.
I still have it. I still have it somewhere. It's still functional, I believe. I believe I pulled it out a while back just to play the Portal 2 6 Sense pack again. At least I think I did. My memory is bad right now. Oh crap, it's super foggy outside. I just looked outside the window and it's dark and foggy outside. It's cool.
On what I see online, it was bundled with Portal 2 and came with what is functionally the same DLC that was released on Portal 2 for PS3.
Yeah.
It seems
pretty sure the 6 Sense motion pack came out first, and then the PlayStation in motion pack came out later.
The Hydra supported about 50 games, but from what I can tell, Portal 2 was its first real application.
Yeah. Portal 2 was its best application. That was the problem with the Razer Hydra, is it was expensive and very few games functioned with it. But all of Valve games, at least the ones that were released at the time, like, well, not all of them, but like I believe they made it work with like Half-Life, Team Fortress 2, Portal, yeah. But it didn't function as well in those games as it did in Portal 2.
See you in court, mate.
Stop talking about fog.
This whole Razer Hydra thing is news to me. I was basically
Swimming in the
following everything
dunes.
Valve was doing at the time, and while I feel like I have some fleeting memories of the PS3 version, I don't think I've ever heard of this. I don't think you can even access these old versions on Steam. I think if you bought a Razer Hydra on eBay or something, it might not even let you play Portal 2 in motion. Speaking
I think it does. I think you can. I don't think you can get it unless you have a Razer Hydra, though. I'm pretty sure you need to own one for it to work. Like, for it to register the game. Because I think I remember trying to download it myself before owning one, and it turned out that it was like there wasn't really any way to get it to work unless you had the Razer Hydra installed on your computer. But yeah, anyway.
It's also not even called Portal 2 in Motion on PC.
No,
But
6 Sense motion pack.
Knowing that this DLC came out and I'd completely left it behind, I decided to get a couple PS3 Move controllers, download Portal 2 in Motion, and check it out.
Dr. Freeman, I presume. Better hurry.
It actually took me a while to get Portal 2 set up on my PS3 at all. I had to update Portal 2 and my PS3, which meant connecting to the internet, and I also had to get a modified password through PSN in order to log in. I don't really use PSN that much anymore, so digging up my old account took some time. For some reason, the PS3 wasn't letting me buy the DLC, despite having just added money to my wallet, so that took some time too. I put money in through my...
Yeah, actually, it's weird. Like, when did this come out? 2 years ago. I was gonna say, this is something that I found weird as well, is that in 2024, I dug out my old PlayStation Vita, and I brought it on me, I brought it with me on a trip that I went on, and I was shocked to see that the PlayStation Vita store still works. It's like a weird half-empty version of itself, but you can still buy stuff on the PSN for PlayStation Vita. So I imagine it would be the same with the PS3. The PS3 store still exists to some degree. It's bizarre.
Phone, and I was worried I'd have to hook up a PS4, but
Oh, also, wait. My only true interaction with any console was playing on my best friend's PS3 with them, using PlayStation Move and some official sports like games like Wii Sports. Yeah, you might be talking about sport. Oh, what the hell was it called? Again, I have it just down here, but it's behind a stack of other games. It's like sports, like super sports something. Oh, what the hell was it called? Wait, Move Sports Game. Sports Champions, that's what it was called. Sports Champions. It'll be this. This was the first, or one of the first PlayStation Move games that was released on PS3. And I owned it. I really loved this. It doesn't show it on here, but it had a gladiator fighting game where if you had your nunchuck. Oh, no, sorry, you had to have two Move controllers. One of them was like a shield you could bring up, and the other was a sword that you could attack with. And there it is, the gladiator duel mode. This was super cool. This is the one I was best at. My friend was really good at the archery. I sucked at the archery. But yeah, those were the best ones.
gladly I didn't have to do that. Of course, I had to set up the PS Move camera as well and get the controllers charged up too. Something I always found really weird is the way that the PS3 kind of prevents you from charging its
Yeah. Oh, Balls and Disc Golf. Yeah, Disc Golf was one of the other ones that was in that pack. I at the time, I'd never heard of Disc Golf. Yeah. I have 4 PlayStation Move controllers just to play some of the mini games that allow 2 motion controllers in Sports Champions 1 and 2. Right. Oh, maybe it was Sports Champions 2. I used to just play Minecraft all the time. Fair enough.
controllers
Wii Sports
in any
Resort.
other way besides plugging it into an actual PS3. They don't really work with any of the adapters that I have, so I always end up just having to leave my PS3 on. Now that we're all set up, we can take a look at Portal 2 on PS3.
Bam! Secret panel. Got it open while your back was turned. Pick me up.
30 FPS and 720p. The load times aren't great
Yeah.
to begin with, but
It's
aren't
true.
egregious, so you could get used to it. I'm no digital foundry, but you can see for yourself in the footage, it runs well enough. This is a good old case of PS3 era mandatory motion blur, which I think does look a little ugly and maybe doesn't help with motion sickness. But otherwise, the PS3 version holds up pretty well in the graphics department. It's hard to imagine that this game is 10 years old. For the record, I did also try out Portal 2 on Series X, which ran great. The Switch version also seems like it's just as good and runs great too. I still don't have it, but who cares? One pretty major aspect, I think, that is missing from the console versions are the custom levels. I believe a couple years after Portal 2 was released, the PC version got a full-fledged map maker, and that just never
Yeah, they never came to
saw
console.
light on console. The map maker in Portal 2 is a little bit limited, but it can let you do some fun things.
Yeah. No, that was something that unfortunately they never typical Valve. They never went back to it really after I believe they released the art, what the fuck is it called again? The like art update that they released, which is the like multiplayer update that added the paint, the white paint section. I believe they added that in to the PS3 version, but after that they never went back. And of course the Sixth Sense, the in motion pack. After that, unfortunately, they never went back to Portal 2. So it didn't get the perpetual testing initiative. It never had that added to it. No workshop integration was added. Yeah.
and it's cool to tool around with. Allowing you to randomly play new levels through Steam Workshop is
Just
a
see
pretty
the
cool
Reaper
feature.
Leviathan? Oh no.
And since it's a free DLC, it's a little disappointing that it never met any console version. They also released the peer review DLC for Portal
Yeah.
2, and while it's
Oh,
a free
peer
DLC
review.
add-on on PS3 and Xbox, I think it's just included on the PC version. You'll have to let me know about the Switch one.
Yeah, see, it's examples like that where it's like, and I know at least on the Xbox, you know, the peer review, even though they released it for free on PC, it had to be a paid DLC on Xbox.
I haven't really played this on a PS3 probably since it came out.
It
I've
sounds
only
like
played
PS3
through
one, it
Portal
was
2 a
also
few times, but a lot less frequently
cost, which
than
is weird.
Portal 1. Portal 2 is a great game with better puzzles on average in my opinion, but it's a lot less replayable because of the story aspects that you kind of have to go through. Partway through my playthrough, I decided it's time to start using the Move controller. I went through about 80% of the game with the Move controls, and I think that was maybe a mistake. So let's get into this.
Oh, yeah, I've never played right through the base game with the motion controls. Let's just watch.
I have some real issues with
We'll watch through this part, the starting part, but we won't go through the whole video.
with the Move controller's design. Compared to something like Wii remotes, or even the standard DualShock 3, the Move controller is just plain uncomfortable. My hands were killing me after playing just a few hours
I
with
had
these
no
things.
problems with it, but
It sounds like I'm whining, and you're free to think that. But having to readjust the aim while pointing an unbalanced stick at the TV is just a failure of simple ergonomics. They're like anti-ergonomic to me. The handles on a Wii remote feel like they were nicely balanced for your hands, and you can comfortably rest it
but the Wii remote is literally just a block. What?
in your palm. But the Move controller is like a smooth cylinder that your hands have to sort of wrap around. And the Move
They're rounded so as to fit in your hand better. What?
controller's got to have the strangest layout of any.
It does have a
controller.
very
You've got these
strange
tiny, sad
set of
face
buttons.
and you've probably got the most awkward start and select button placement of any modern controller. For whatever
true,
reason,
that's
the
true.
triggers on the Navigator controller and the Move controller feel different, even though you're supposed to be using these things in tandem. If you know what it feels like, the left one is closer to a DualShock 3 trigger, and the right trigger is closer to something like a PS4 or Xbox controller. Altogether, it's
I
just
remember that.
awkward. If that
I
wasn't
don't
enough of an
remember.
issue, Portal 2 on the software side
Been a long
might not
time.
really have a good time with the Move. I played a couple hours of BioShock Infinite on my PS3, and I felt like I had a way better experience than I did on Portal 2. You can tell Portal 2 wasn't really built with the Move in mind. You have to recalibrate the controllers through the start menu, so anytime you feel like your
Oof.
controller is misaligned, you have to reopen the options menu, double-click,
I swear that's not the case with the Razer. I swear the Razer is
and go
fine.
back to the game. Half of the time, I would point away from the screen and just accept that the gyro was my only way to control. You get stuck with this annoying message flicking in and out, telling you to recenter your controller, but at some point you just stop caring. Modern games on Switch that use gyro controls tend to have a recenter button that's accessible at all times. But as far as I could tell, this wasn't the case in Portal 2. But I guess on a more positive note, the little light ball changes color to match your portal. So that's fun.
Cool.
Alright, that's
Honestly, that might be part of the reason it keeps desyncing, because the whole thing with the PlayStation Move controllers is that it tracks the color of the bulb, and so if the bulb's constantly changing color, that might have been part of the reason it was not tracking it super well.
ranting about the Move controller. I got that out of the way. Let's move on.
Great job, astronaut, war hero,
Okay, what we'll do is I want to finish this section,
or Olympian. With your help, we're gonna...
and then I'm gonna jump ahead.
I made my way all the way through to the last stretch of the game, and of course, I still had some fun. Playing Portal 2 with some bad controls doesn't really change the fact that it's still a fantastic game. At least I got to do some waggling, walking from place to place. It made things a bit more entertaining. I want to know which one of you guys actually played this game with the PS Move, front to back. Because after having done it myself, I don't think I'm ever doing that again. After finally getting to the end of the game and sending Wheatley out to space, I went into the Portal 2 in motion.
Yeah. This part is the part that's actually genuinely made for move controls, and it's for like the motion controls. And
Portal 2
it's really
in motion
cool.
Attempts to make the most of the PS Move controller by adding mechanics to the portal gun. So they added 3 new mechanics that the portal gun can
Yeah.
do at all times.
And you can do this, you can do these things in the base game as well. This like extension, the extension hold, as well as the rotating portals. You can do that in Portal 2 if you have the Razor Hydra. It makes certain puzzles like a lot easier.
First is one-on-one, which allows you to freely move an object in space. You can move it forward, backward, and
Yeah,
rotate
this was
it in any
super cool.
direction. If you've played Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, it's sort of like Ultraman. Next up is portal surfing,
Like years
which
in
allows you to
advance.
move and rotate any portal along a surface.
Yeah.
This is pretty fun to do, but it also lags the heck out of the PS3.
Oh, I'm not surprised. Yeah.
The game, and you can clearly see the frames drop.
Oh,
as I move
shit.
The portal. And the last new mechanic is scaling, which
Yeah.
lets you stretch a special cube along each axis. Scaling feels a bit like an extension of one-on-one. You can distort the cubes to make different shapes like walls or large panels. Portal 2 in motion is divided into 3 main segments: the tutorial, the basic chambers, and the advanced chambers, for a total of 13 levels. The tutorial is short, and it ends pretty abruptly, but after that, I went right into the basic levels. Let's take it.
Yeah. I'll leave this here. You can watch the rest of this yourself if you want to learn more. But I did play through the whole of the perpetual the Sixth Sense motion pack on the channel. So yeah, if you want to see that, you can go to the channel as well. Yeah, no, I never actually played the motion stuff on the PlayStation. And the PlayStation Move controllers weren't quite as good. Like the Razor Hydra is very accurate, and it had its own calibration system. I think that was the thing. Is that like that? It sounds like the calibration on the PlayStation Move was pretty bad for Portal 2. To be fair, the calibration was very good from what I remember. For like calibration for games on the PlayStation Move that were designed with the PlayStation Move in mind, was usually pretty good. And a lot of games would avoid using a lot of the buttons that are awkward on the controller. Yeah, I remember I always thought that the start and select buttons on the Move controllers were ridiculous. Like, you're holding the controller, you're holding the stick, like this, and you're expected to somehow, like, curve your thumb around the side of the stick and press a button, or awkwardly twist your hand and press a button like this on either side of the controller for those ones. It's terrible design. Okay, hold up, I'm gonna do this again. Oh, it's a Twitch clip. It's more Tetris stuff.
That's the one iOS. Alright, GG's. That's a little... no one likes that boss, for good reason.
So it's just a small clip of, like, oh shit, we won. The glowy bulb. Yeah, it's interesting, that little glowy bulb, it's a white, like, soft plastic squishy thing. So if you accidentally hit something with it, it's not super bad, because it's kind of just like a squishy bulb. It's cushioned. But it would be cool to have a modern gen motion controller that brings back a giant diode for aesthetic's sake. Yeah. Have one that's like fully tracked in space, not with the bulb, but just include the bulb, because it was a cool feature. Mystical wand once again. Yeah, I really liked the PlayStation Move. A lot of people did not like it, or people had a lot to complain about for it, but I really liked the PlayStation Move controller. Yeah, I know I'm going newest to oldest, yeah. This is how we normally do it. And this is how we've always done it historically.
Huh? Huh? What? Huh? Okay.
He shooketh.
Okay.
Shooketh by the wind. Boss, yeah. Macaried themselves? I've not heard that term before. Don't think so? You'd find the latest post with, Oh, up. You're right, Maddie. That's true. I am going newest to oldest when you used to always go oldest to newest. Although, I think I'll continue. I think I'll continue this way just because the latest the last time we did it was nearly a year ago, so I think the oldest might be quite like the latest watched one will be a long time back. The lumens, lumens. Oh shit. You're in a bad spot. Wait, I missed it. Wait. Blue CPU spins twin Z and dies. Oh, it's it's a CPU. Yeah. Alright. 4 in a O pieces.
The thing, it's your fault for winning so hard. Whatever! Wait! That's so funny!
Or blocks in a row. Wait, I gotta watch that again. Hold up.
Hard. That's the thing, it's your fault for winning so hard.
Yeah. When I first watched that, I thought there was like a cut somehow in the clip. No. It's just that he got like it was like a boom, boom, boom. Well, it was, yeah, there was multiple like clears all in a row. Anyway. Deciphering Tetris. Lumens is a puzzle reaction game similar to Tetris, but with a different core design. Right. Yeah. Deciphering. I see what you mean. Yeah, maybe we'll skip some of these, because I do have a policy about no more than 3 of a same kind of video at a time.
He's gonna have me put a thing on that.
Oh, Pool Runner.
Hi.
Oh my god.
Oh fuck. I lost a cube. What's the Oh, you.
I'm just realizing the solution. Nice. Yeah, I haven't seen Portal Runner in a long time. Just Nathan, really. Yeah. Mostly just Nathan. Yeah, Nathan really loves his Tetris. Holy crap! There are so many posts about Tetris. Holy crap. Wait. Portal P2R3 clues of his Portal 2 Runner. Yeah. Clues of his own creation.
Okay, no! I didn't, how was I supposed to know that the ground was 3 blocks? I was was like,
Never mind, my belief was
I was
misplaced.
like, I'm gonna like dig like a little trap for it, and then it's just, oh well, there's nope, never mind. There's not enough space for. Hey, look at that! I healed myself.
I'm guessing that was like a Sky Half-Life. Sorry, Half-Life. A Sky Minecraft thing where they were in like Sky Islands or something. Unless they're just on really, really high up overhangs. Wait, J2ME. I haven't played it myself. Apart from a J2ME release for a Symbian phone. Oh, right. Interesting. Portal Run is mostly transitioned to generally programming / tech stuff from Portal stuff. Ah, okay. Got teleported out of my Seamoth. Help! Nice. I'll probably rename sometime soon. Yeah, that would make sense. That would make sense. Great music video, French class robot tune. I clicked it. It didn't load. God damn it. Okay, one second. Let's just refresh. It might be worth downloading that extension. If this is going to keep happening. There we go. Oh, it ended up working anyway, but... Wait, this official music video? I know this, it says French class, so it might be safe, because it's like a school production. If I get copyrighted by this, I'll be so mad. Catalan. You're gonna promise me, Catalan, that I'm not gonna get copyright claimed by watching this. He'll probably rename... Yeah, oops, I already read that, yeah. Catalan. I know you're there. Well, it is an officially registered track. Yeah. Wait. Robotune French class. Is French class not actually a just a French language class? Is it a band? If so, I can't watch it because I literally put in the post that I was saying that I was doing the Rorius thing. It's like no music unless you own it. All right, we're gonna have to skip it. Cushion power, yeah. A new meta. Cushions have massive PvP potential. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, they're great for building. Oh, shit. I see. Ah! They're an MLG. They're a water bucket. I see. Right, interesting. Huh. Oh. Oh, because they're stackable. Yeah. Except that they break immediately. Not reusable. I believe they will receive changes. As in their current state, they're simply too powerful in all areas, rendering everything significantly less useful. Yeah, I've seen people, like, traveling with cushions, and they're, like, clicking it as fast as you normally can click. But I was like, what about people using, like, the scroll wheel as a click? Would that allow them to click, like, as fast as you can scroll? I have not tested it myself, but the way he moved in this video with those cushions was way faster than anything I've seen anyone else do, which makes me think that maybe that was what he was doing. Anyway, this was the top video when I originally checked the Reddit. So we're already up to the stuff that was here before I posted.
The beverage machine to work yet?
Water in Half-Life has a distinct look to it, a kind of wavy, stretchy, jelly-like look.
Yeah.
It's definitely an upgrade from other games just using flat textures, but it does look a bit strange in some places.
I always thought it looked alien.
You don't have to nitpick, these are graphics from the 90s, but what if I told you this is what the water used to look like before it was changed? When looking at the settings of Half-Life, you get the option between OpenGL rendering and software rendering. Software rendering was the state the game was first developed in, but the power of 3D acceleration gives Half-Life the look most people recognize today, with features like actual widescreen.
I played it back in the day. Like, I think the version that we bought was a special box edition that doesn't seem to exist outside of New Zealand. Oh man, the fog looks so cool outside. Kind of wish I could just, like, get up and have a look, but yeah, I'll just watch the music video in my own time. Yeah. But yeah, the version that my brother and I had of Half-Life back in the day was, I believe, released in the year 2000, because it was a special pack that came with Opposing Force, as well as things like Team Fortress Classic and Counter-Strike. And it was like a box edition. It didn't come with Blue Shift, which means it took ages before I ever got to play Blue Shift. Because like it wasn't, by the time I knew of the existence of Blue Shift, it didn't seem to be in stores anymore. But yeah, the version of Half-Life when I remember playing Half-Life 1 back in the day, I don't remember the water looking like he showed there.
Smoother models, and smoother textures. Either due to technical limitations or a stylistic decision, the game's liquid graphics changed from this rippling, shimmering effect to a busier sort of squashing and stretching. A consequence of this change is that the water textures, meant more as reflections that have effects placed on them, become a representation of the water itself.
I've only ever remembered it looking like this.
In bodies of water it looks okay, but then you get into situations like a clogged sink, or a puddle, and it doesn't look as natural as it did before. This effect is also used for toxic waste, and the murky red-brown water in Zen. It kinda looks nice for toxic goop in my opinion, but the Zen water is a weird case. The original texture seems to either have a rocky surface underneath it or a sort of bubbling pattern. Here, these stones or bubbles become part of the water. Maybe that just makes it look more alien.
Yeah, I liked it. I thought it looks very alien.
Software rendering in mind first can be seen in the deathmatch map Bounce, where a normal little sewer area has a graphical glitch when rendered with OpenGL. At the same time, this shows a feature of the new water I failed to mention. Along with the change in how the texture is modified, water is given a wavy effect.
A wavy effect.
3D. Specifically, this water effect in maps is customizable, so the size of the waves can be made small, large, or completely flattened. Both 2D and 3D waves can be seen in Half-Life, and Gearbox's expansions take advantage of this customizable value to make some of the waves, well, wavier. In software rendering, these details are lost, meaning OpenGL's water was not an afterthought. Something worth noting is that the new water effect stretching is actually based on the water in Quake. Knowing Quake's engine was heavily modified to create Half-Life's Gold Source engine, that makes the updated visuals using some legacy programming even more interesting to me. To add on to that, when you go underwater in Quake, there's a wavy distortion effect put over the screen to make it harder to see. As a detail only visible in software rendering mode, Half-Life pixelates the screen when underwater to create a similar effect.
Why do I never remember it looking like that? Maybe because we just always ran it in OpenGL. We never ran it in software.
Water is Quake-like in different ways. This change isn't game-breaking by any means, and I'm glad for the 3D waves effect and how they can be used by mappers, but the texture-based wave animation is an impressive detail that was lost to time. However, at least one modder has experimented with a best-of-both-worlds approach for OpenGL that re-implements some of that dynamic texture action onto the 3D waves. As an interesting tidbit, this means Half-Life Source's water could actually be a little closer to the original artistic intent.
That's really funny because the Half-Life Source, when I first saw the new water in Half-Life Source, I was like, what the fuck? Because it's juxtaposed, like this like hyper detailed water juxtaposed to these like low end graphics. Always looked so bizarre.
Maybe that's a bit of a stretch.
Right, yeah. Interesting idea. Interesting to think about. Oh, what's this?
I didn't sleep a wink last night.
Wait.
I didn't sleep a wink last night. It was so quiet, and now engines come whistling suddenly behind me.
What? Java 2 Micro Edition. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, Java platform was stripped down for the lower power devices. Yeah. What is this? What the fuck? What was he trying to do? Like, what was he bringing to the train? A citation? Who knows? Who knows what might happen? Valve's crazy secret. 11 minutes. Okay. May contain major spoilers for Half-Life 3. I don't think so.
Remains an important tool for science, even in a dire emergency. If cube and button-based testing caused this emergency, don't worry. The odds of this happening twice are
yeah. Just a huge bill. Right, yeah. A closed calls a loop in which, yeah. was a simple point of origin. I've heard a version of this. Wait, when did this come out? 2 months ago.
The right man in the wrong.
I've heard a version of this. I'm pretty sure this. I know where this is going, because I heard a version of this recently that I was like, interesting.
Police can make all the difference in the world.
Fundamentally, the role of an episode 2 in any trilogy is to serve as a bridge between the introductory events of the first episode and the conclusion in the third episode.
Is that a portal? Jesus Christ.
The answer is beneath us.
Welcome to...
Welcome to the Aperture Science Enrichment Center.
At what point in development did you make the decision to drop portals into the Half-Life universe?
That was in the earlier meetings. That was just one of the constraints on the game.
We introduced the tractor beam, a fail-safe device used to catch the falling vault.
Because we were still using a lot of Half-Life art, so it sort of made sense to tie them together. As Portal kind of got its own identity, we worried less and less about it. Like, we can kind of make it a little bit more subtle.
Putting it in the Half-Life 2 universe gives us a whole range of story things that we can use.
I like how this is just showing it all, not saying anything. Because the version of the video I watched that talked about this was walked you through it bit by bit. This is very fascinating.
Technology will actually overlap with existing.
In another universe, as a matter of fact.
The multiverse. Infinite Earths with an infinite number of apertures. We're about to run the greatest con game in the history of the multiverse, and you are the bottleneck. Yes, you.
The overalls. Get to work for your flyer.
They don't give out overalls anymore.
Now, let us disassemble you. We're not banging rocks together here. We know how to put a man back together. Let us take you apart, put some science stuff in you, then put you back together. Good as new. I give you the long fall boot.
I have to test all the time, or I get this itch. It must be hardwired into the system or something.
All your testing was worth it. Just look at all those test subjects. Think of all the testing. These poor people.
Remember our motto, there's a hole in the sky through which things can fly.
Aperture Science, being specialized in the development of portal technology, fit naturally into the cosmology of Half-Life.
We're working on a little teleportation experiment.
So, this is the combined portal. It's smaller than I imagined.
Now, this doesn't work with all skin types, so try to remember which skin is yours.
I still have nightmares about that cat. No.
And if it doesn't teleport along with you, we'll do what we can to sew you right back into it.
Initializing in 3, 2, 1.
Eli thinks their portals are string similar to our Calabi-Yau model, but they failed to factor in the dark energy equations.
From here to there in under a second.
Do not submerge the device in liquid, even partially.
We figured out how to use Zen as a dimensional slingshot.
All right, are you ready for this? Presenting the Aperture Science Turret.
Portal's one of those sort of parallel evolution games that converged on where we're at in some ways. So as it moved closer and closer to our universe, it became sort of a fun challenge to see how they fill some gaps that we've had. Like, oh, that'll fit in perfectly in this place, so I didn't know that we were going to put there.
All right, this next test may involve increased amounts of time travel.
solve some problems for us going forward.
Black Mesa, white rice, will come through the other side.
You know how the trilogy ends. I give you panels. Planks of tomorrow.
Chicken running through some offices. I'm not sure what that was all about.
My God, we made it. But where's Dr. Kleiner?
Wait a moment. There's something else here. Gordon? It's the Borealis. Good God, how did you get here? And when?
What? The Borealis? It's real? What do you mean? Gordon and I were just there a minute ago.
Oh yes, quite real, despite its almost legendary stature. Indeed it did, and the repercussions were felt far and wide. It must have compromised ordinary standards of risk.
It can recalibrate the Combine portal to get us out of here.
It's not worth the risk. Aperture Science were at work on a project of some promise. Fascinating. We seem to have developed a very slow teleport. Few believed the Borealis would ever be seen again. I had given up hope of ever seeing you again.
We're like, oh, that'll fit in perfectly in this place, so I didn't know what we were going to put there. And often it's as if the thing you've been building has just been getting ready for this other thing to arrive.
This next test may involve trace amounts of time travel.
It's the Borealis. How did you get here? And when?
What do you mean? We were just there a minute ago.
They say great science is built on the shoulders of giants. Not here. At Aperture, we do all our science from scratch.
Prometheus was punished by the gods for giving the gift of knowledge to man.
Even though Portal tells a simple story, we created a lot of backstory. For Aperture Science, for its employees, for its rivalry with the hated Black Mesa, and for where all of this fits into the cosmology of Half-Life.
Huh. Okay, this takes it in a slightly different direction.
It's hard to say how much of it might have survived intact, or whether there's anything remaining that could compromise our work if it were discovered by the Combine. We'll need to take a close look at it, of course, but I should be able to give a better opinion within a few hours. If the site is where we think it is, then it should be no more than... I'm gonna cut this short. We may have been spotted.
Their research vessel had simply disappeared, vanished, with all hands, and even part of the dry dock.
It will actually sync up with other things, but we can't say right now how it's going to.
This is the version of it that I remember. I mean, I guess that makes make a lot more sense, to be fair.
Prometheus was punished by the gods for giving the gift of knowledge to man.
God gave you these gifts. I'm giving you the opportunity to use them.
He was cast into the bowels of the earth and picked by birds.
Do you know who I am? I'm the man who's gonna burn your house down with the lemons.
Some believe the fate of our worlds is inflexible.
When he brought in that crystal, I knew I should have aborted that damn test, but I didn't.
They authorize me to nudge things in a particular direction from time to time.
The whole world went to hell that day.
Prepare for foreseen consequences.
That's just one of the constraints on the game.
Yeah. No. The version of that I'd heard, which was a little different to that. Same concept, but a little different. That was a great video, by the way. Squared Eyes. You gotta check them out. I might actually just open that up and put it over here. Yeah, the version of that I've heard is slightly different, but it's that same concept where it's like it's a bootstrap paradox. It's an infinite loop problem. And the one that I'd heard, rather than Aperture Science discovering the Borealis underground, which honestly, the fact that they purchased salt mines for their facility construction is a bizarre choice. But I believe one that was just made to give an excuse as to why the facility could be so big and so deep underground. But the version of the bootstrap paradox thing that I'd heard from the story was that idea that instead of finding the Borealis, the Aperture Science still develops the Borealis themselves. But it's the the version of it that I remember hearing was that version that it was similar. I'm probably gonna butcher it because I can't remember it super closely. But rather than the Combine, it wasn't that the Combine built the Borealis or that Aperture Science discovered the Borealis. Aperture Science did create the Borealis. They bought a ship for their testing, but the version of that story I'd heard was that idea that the malfunctioning of the Borealis and untethering it from space and time led to an event that occurred eons in the past, where some alien race basically discovered Aperture's tech on the Borealis in another reality, like in another dimension of reality or another universe. The ship appeared to these aliens, and they basically reversed engineered. Oh, hey RNG, good morning. It's absolutely evening here. Yeah, it's still morning here. The fog is still not cleared. It's still, actually, it's crazy. It's still there. It's still so prominent. Lies. You lie. I'm not lying. But yeah, so the version of the story that I'd heard was that Aperture Science made the thing. It split itself through space-time, and a version of the Combine aliens that was like primitive, like a I guess a early hominid, early human style alien, discover the Borealis. They basically, over the eons, over millennia, they reverse engineer all the tech that was on the Borealis, which is why both the Combine and Portal and Aperture Science have energy balls. It's why they both have solid light things. They both have walls that for some people can move through, but some things can't. And and why they have teleport technology, portal tech, is because they reversed engineered all the portal stuff that was on the Borealis. But then, yeah, the I can't remember exactly how it reconnected, how it looped back around again. But the idea was that, yeah, somehow the Combine invasion that occurred, like, because of the resonance cascade, there was something, I can't remember what the original one I saw was, but there was a trigger point that was caused by that, that led to the ship, basically, like, yeah, it was the resonance cascade that brought the Combine back to Earth, and then there was some other piece I forget that led to background to the start again. But yeah, so there's that idea that there's like a infinite time loop caused by the Borealis is an interesting story thread / direction / whatever. Have zero knowledge on Half-Life's universe lore, but is the ship thing potentially inspired by the Philadelphia experiment? 100%, yes. So the Philadelphia experiment, classic conspiracy theory thing. In the real world, the conspiracy theory is that, yeah, a naval ship was tested either teleporting or cloaking itself. It disappeared and reappeared in the in a bay off of California. I don't remember if it was San Diego or wherever. It was, I believe it was off the west coast of the US. Or though it says Philadelphia experiment. No, because the ship was called the Philadelphia. Yeah. But then, yeah. And it's like, there was all sorts of rumors about, like, what was happening, what was going on. One of them I remember hearing was that, like, the reason they didn't continue with it was that all the crew members died. Or that there was, like, either they all died, or they were all fused with the ship upon its return. There's all sorts of stuff like that. Which actually also plays into, if you ever play Command & Conquer Red Alert, the original Red Alert, the chronosphere that exists in that game is also a reference to the Philadelphia experiment. Because they talk about those same things, where, like, if you try and teleport people, if you try and teleport foot soldiers with the chronosphere, they all die. And it causes all sorts of, like, weird portal vortex stuff. Anyway, but yeah, so the Borealis is basically like that, except instead of they were trying to teleport it, a bit like the Philadelphia experiment, they were trying to teleport the Borealis to a different place. This is the supposed lore of it in Portal. Trying to teleport the Borealis to another location on Earth. But when they tried to do it, it caused something went wrong. Something didn't work properly. And instead of portaling it to the new location, it basically became untethered to time and space. So it became an object that existed across all time and all space. And like existed in all places all at once. Yeah. Yeah, actually I think what the deal is as well is that the version of that story that I'd heard did mention the idea that Aperture Science had managed to, or I think the Combine, in the story, the Combine, the version of the story I read originally was that the Combine invading Earth had managed to stabilize the Borealis. And so it would be in episode 3 or whatever, when we go in, we'd unstabilize the Borealis again, which would trigger the events of the Combine learning the stuff about the Borealis, and then insert repeating history. I think that's the version that I originally saw. So does that mean if you send a computer back to the Stone Age, humans will eventually figure out how it works? Good point. Good point, honestly. But the idea of it, like, because it's like vibrating. The idea is it's like vibrating back and forth through time and space. So theoretically, That's right. That's the version of the story I heard. That's right. I remember it now. I remember it clearer now. Was that the it's still not fully clear. The reason the Combine were able to reverse engineer it was because it became stabilized by the Combine in our time. And somehow, like, I guess through stabilizing it, it still existed in other places, but it was accessible and reachable. But then at some point, because of it getting destabilized again, they lost access to it. I forget exactly how it works, but it let's just say it was yeah, the idea that they would be able to reverse engineer it is very funny. Also, I wonder if G-Man is outside of everything going on with the Borealis and such. Yeah, there's lots of questions about what G-Man could be. At some point I found a credible source of this. No, it's an actual event, trust. the Philadelphia experiment, yeah. I was there. You were there in the 70s, I think, was when it supposedly happened. It was an experiment witnessed by a fisherman in a Philadelphia dry dock. The USS Eldridge. I went to Greenland differently. I thought the ship was called the Philadelphia. That's why it's called the Philadelphia. Wait. Philadelphia experiment. Oh, you're right. USS Eldridge attempted to make a destroyer escort. God, I misremembered that so badly. There's a movie called the Philadelphia Experiment. That's really funny. So yeah, no, it was, according to this, a naval history site. Yeah. In the fall of 1943, a U.S. Navy destroyer was made invisible and teleported from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania to Norfolk, Virginia, in an incident known as the Philadelphia Experiment. Records in the Archives branch of the Naval History and Heritage Command have been repeatedly searched, but no documents have been located. Yeah. Yeah, and the ship involved in the experiment was supposedly the USS Eldridge. The Archives has reviewed the deck log and war diary from Eldridge's commissioning. And the new, following description of activities are summarized from the ship's war diary. Supposedly the crew and civilian merchant ship observed the arrival via teleportation of the Eldridge into the Norfolk area. Oh dear. Anyway. I misremembered that really strongly. Yeah, that's why I did mention in my original description that it was either a cloaking or a teleporting thing. It's a desolate place with no sense of time and space, trust. Is G-Man also sharing some of that untetherness property? Possibly. Yeah, there's many theories about what G-Man is. I personally subscribe to the theory that G-Man is a reformed advisor, Combine advisor. Like, whatever species they were before the Combine took them on, they seem to have all sorts of weird and crazy properties about them. And there's that idea that like Dr. Breen was, his consciousness was like put into a Breen grub creature to be reborn. And that idea that you could put a consciousness into a being and then make it, as it grows, it reforms into like a whatever you want it to be, and theoretically he could get his original Breen body back because of that process. Like, leads me to the theory that it's like G-Man as an advisor that has grown into a spy, basically, for their own species to potentially escape or somehow, escape the clutches of the Combine. I adhere to that that theory, and somehow his efforts are all in the long-term goal of freeing his people from the Combine. I don't know. I could be completely wrong. And there's also the theory that G-Man is literally just Valve. There's many theories. Yeah, theoretically there could be many Combines. But I think the idea is that the idea of the Combine receiving that tech early on, and therefore having access to technology well beyond their time, is that idea that because the Combine are multi-dimensional hopping race, right? They go from dimension to dimension, and or at least through space. They're a race of beings that travel wherever they can, dimensions, whatever, and just like harvest and gather everything useful to them, harvest the planets or harvest the like nations for their own purposes. Are we talking about the Combine from Cars? It's true, it was scary. What about the Nilla theory? Because similar voice and itching under the tie. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, that was. I believe those theories existed when Half-Life 1 was a thing, like when it was still early days Half-Life story. There was that theory that it's like somehow the G-Man is somehow tied with the Nilanth. But I personally subscribe to that theory that he's a Combine advisor grub thing grown into a human-looking character. But yeah, no, anyway, let's move on. Do you think a G-Man boss fight could work? Probably not. I don't think there's anything that would work logically for that. Then again, the boss with Breen, the Breen fight, that's a unique thing. Weirdly enough, I always thought the species 0 for the Combine were the advisors, but there might be something greater. That's the thing, is that the advisor, there's certain elements of it that make it seem like the advisor is also a prisoner. I can't remember I'd have to look up the theories again, because it's been a long time since I've researched or like looked into this at all. But there's certain elements of the design of the advisor that implies that, at least there's implications that it's possible that advisors that we see in the game are literally like the babies of that race. Like they're like a grub version of that race. But also that they're able, the advisors normally the advisors are able to communicate with each other telepathically from great distances, but the mechanisms that are attached to the ones we see in the game actually stop them from communicating with each other. I can't remember exactly how that works, but all I remember is that I think it might have even been part of the like Breen Grub stuff that Mark Laidlaw posted on Twitter. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, I missed a message, did I? I think I read your messages before. I read all your previous messages. Yeah, Catalan, I read all your previous messages. Unless I missed one way further up. Which you could just repost it. Because they're essentially in control and always protected by the soldiers in a mind hive. Said one boss fight, but it's G-Man instead of a Strider, and he throws his briefcase at you. It's Thomas the Tank Engine. Oh, I saw that thing about Thomas the Tank Engine you posted. Yeah, you mentioned an addendum, but you never posted it. Yeah, I saw you said like you saw something cool recently, but then you never continued it. What if G-Man is real and he's the one responsible for the Mandela effect? Once you miss some of mine. I think I saw that. I saw you say that you just come back from the shower. Yeah. For these streams, I'd rather you post it on the Reddit if you want me to see it. Yeah, if you post it, and especially if you post a link. First battle part, pretty cool. Right, yeah, post it on here, and if we catch up, we'll watch it. Otherwise, we'll watch it the next time I do something like this. Anyway, this flame absorbs light instantly.
In this video.
Oh, what the heck? In 1 year. It's like... What the hell? Why isn't it loading? What the heck? Okay, we'll watch it here. Fine.
Show you how to make a black flame. There's no trick here. Like,
Oh.
I haven't inverted the colors.
He has arrived.
The explanation for how it works is really cool, and along the way we'll learn one weird trick that glassblowers use to make fire invisible. So I did say that there was no trick photography in this footage, but actually the fact that it's black and white is sort of a trick. If I put it back to full color and then turn off the auto white balance on my camera, you'll see that everything's very yellow. That's because I'm illuminating the scene with one of these old-fashioned street lights called a sodium street light. Sodium street lights were used for a long time because they're incredibly efficient. Unfortunately, sodium streetlights make everything look weird. Like, you know, there's this number, the CRI, for a light bulb, and it tells you how good is this light source at making colors.
This is once again an 18-minute video. wait, who posted this? Zach. You know the rule. If it's a certain length of time, we just can't watch it.
Look the way they are naturally. Sunlight has a CRI of 100, and a light source that doesn't allow you to
based on the ASM
at
update
all
schedule
would have a CRI of 0. And well, sodium streetlights have a CRI of 0. But what makes them so bad at rendering color is also the thing
What the hell?
that turns this
Why is the
flame
UI not
black.
going away?
You might know this already, but if you excite an atom in the
Oh,
right
oh,
way,
god dang it, it went away and
it will jump up to a higher orbital.
Immediately.
And when it drops back down again, it releases a photon of light. How much energy the photon has is just the difference between the two energy levels. The electron is giving up some of the energy it had up here, and it's throwing it away.
A rule breaker, baby.
But because these orbitals are quantized, their energy levels are fixed, which means the energy of a photon released by that transition will always be the same. And the energy of a photon defines its color.
Yeah.
And for sodium, there's only
Valve
really one
might
possible
take
transition
halfway through in
that
the spooky
exists
quantum
within the
mechanic
visible
route.
spectrum,
Yeah.
which gives off photons with about a third
Oh,
of a
hey, digits.
femtojoule of energy, and they have this yellow-orange
EP.
color. You don't
Fair
normally
enough.
talk about the femtojoules of a photon, by the way. You usually talk about the wavelength, in this case 590 nanometers. It's actually quite unusual for an element to only have one strong visible line like this. For example, I've got some xenon gas in this vial, and when I excite it with electricity via this tiny Tesla coil, you get this lovely color. To see what that color is made of, I could use a prism in the same way that Newton used a prism to find out that sunlight was made up of the full spectrum of colors. Instead of a prism, though, I'll use a diffraction grating. You see how it splits sunlight into a rainbow, just like a prism when I put it in front of the lens of my camera. Putting the diffraction grating in front of the xenon shows us that although it looks white, it's actually made up of lots of discrete lines instead of the full spectrum. Compare that to sodium, which has just the one line. I keep saying that sodium has just one line, but that's not strictly true. There are in fact two emission lines very close together. We just can't distinguish it with this setup. I'll get to that later though, because I really want to explain this black flame thing first. So an atom of sodium emits
I feel like I've
a
seen this
very
before.
specific color of photon when an electron drops from the 3p orbital to the 3s orbital. But the opposite also happens. If you can hit a sodium atom with a photon that has just the right energy, the electron will jump from the 3s orbital to the 3p orbital, absorbing that photon. If the photon has too little energy, the sodium atom won't absorb it, but also if it's got too much energy, the sodium atom won't absorb it either. So as well as having an emission spectrum, sodium also has an absorption spectrum, which is just the inverse of the emission spectrum. And with that simple fact, we can explain the black flame. So there are at least two ways to excite sodium atoms so that they give off orange light. The sodium street lamp uses electricity, which when you get down to it is actually about collisions. Electrons streaming from the anode to the cathode smack into those sodium atoms, and that's what causes the jump in energy levels. The other way to do it is with heat. So I start off with a methanol flame. The reason I'm choosing methanol is because it burns with an almost invisible fire. I actually don't want any light from the fire itself because now I add a bit of salt water. The heat from the fire vaporizes the sodium in the salt and excites it at the same time. It causes the valence electron to jump up, and when it drops back down it releases that orange photon, which is why the flame is orange. So all the time in that flame you've got a mixture of excited sodium and sodium in the ground state, and it's those ground state sodium atoms that make the trick work. Because remember, those ground state sodium atoms are really good at absorbing 590 nanometer photons, which is the exact photons that are being produced by the sodium streetlight. And of course, if the flame is absorbing photons, it's going to look dark. And that's normally the end of the explanation, but I think it's important to clear up two things. The first question you might have is like, okay, the flame is absorbing photons from the lamp, but it's also producing photons of its own. In normal lighting conditions, you can see that this flame is producing lots of light. So don't these two things cancel out? Well, the answer to that is that my sodium streetlight is just a lot brighter than the flame, so the tiny amount.
I like how it said ball, totally normal, but then the second word, it decided to spell it out.
Of light produced by the flame itself is pretty negligible. But the more important question that you might have is this: after a sodium atom has absorbed one of the orange photons from the street light, it's just going to re-emit it again almost straight away.
Wait. I subscribe to the idea Valve waits for quantum computers to develop Half-Life 3. It feels like that. It does feel like that. Brainless needed for some crazy concepts they want to pull off. There's also this crazy Reddit post from a person claiming that Valve is utilizing AI that will be trained on fluid destruction simulations to get more movie quality physics. I don't think that's true. But I mean, who knows? I refuse to address this until my actual name is used. Also, if G-Man comes to our world in order to spread malice, he'll arrive in a seemingly innocent form of a head protruding from a toilet. All I can say to that is ew.
So if one photon is emitted for every photon that's absorbed,
do I not know the meme?
Let's think about what you're actually seeing here.
Which one?
To the left of the flame, you can see the white wall behind it is well illuminated with that orange light. The fact that you can
just my real name would be nice, thank you.
Photons are traveling from the wall into your eyes, or in this case, into the lens of my camera. The bit of wall behind the flame is also well illuminated by the sodium streetlight. But when the photons leaving the wall begin their journey into my camera lens, they have to pass through the flame.
Oh, you're talking about that meme.
And yes, for every photon that's absorbed, a new
what,
photon
Liam?
is emitted.
What are you?
The newly emitted photon.
This is actually something I just remembered. This brought back a memory. Yeah, we won't watch anymore. This is a fascinating concept. You can watch the rest of the video yourself if you really want to. Oh, I've been forgetting to upvote. Hold up. But what the hell was I saying? Liam just reminded me of something that I'll upvote the ones I actually watched. So upvote that. I think we watched these ones, right? Yeah, okay. Liam just reminded me of something, an old policy I used to have, or an old thing I used to say to people in the chat, and that is that I've always said that idea that it's like, rather than asking me, because there used to be people who would join the chat. There used to be people who would join the chat who would be like, Rory, can I ask you a question? And then I would say yes. Go ahead and ask it. But they wouldn't realize, either they wouldn't realize I was talking to them, or they would miss that I said yes. And then like later on, they're like, again, they'd say like, "Can I ask you a question?" And I'd say yes. And if it was if they were unlucky or they were, you know, particularly non-attentive, they would get mad at me. They would get upset. It's like, he's ignoring me, and I'm like, I'm not ignoring you. I'm reading your chats. It's just, yeah. What I used to say back in the day is, or, you know, used to say often is that it's like, rather than asking me what, you know, if you can ask a question, just ask the question. If you just ask the question, I would answer it immediately if it's appropriate. If it's not appropriate, I just won't answer it, and you'll get your answer or a heads up that I'm not either not willing or not wanting to answer that question. Like, yeah, this is something I used to always do. I used to say it often, just ask the question. Don't wait for me to give you approval. Here's a question. What's the answer? It's the usual. It hasn't changed in a long time. We're drinking Zero Sugar Sprite. Hashtag not sponsored. Where was I? Ew. Did you catch the context of my message? I did, the skibbity toilet reference, yeah, and that's why I said ew. Oh dear. Yeah, I'll flare the top one as watched, once we're done. I'm going in the reverse direction to normal. I'm doing my driver's license and my eyes are too shit for it. Ah. Yeah, that could be a problem. I do know that, if your eyes are bad for your, when doing your driver's license stuff, if as long as you have glasses that make your eyesight good enough for driving conditions, you'll get a note added to your learner license that says like must be driving with glasses. But if your eyesight's so bad that even with glasses it's not good enough, then there could be a problem. Yeah. Chat scares me sometimes. Yeah. Hello, this is Roy, and welcome to my stream. Please sign and mail me your queries ahead of the streaming program. That's what this is. Well, last time I reversed sponsor, it was noodles. Dang, I haven't had noodles in a stream for a long time. Can I ask you something of utter severity, Rufus? Yeah, just ask. No need to ask for permission. Hi, sponsor. Give more money to Rorius so he can retire. Thank you. I would appreciate that. I even made a shirt. Oh. So I went to my optometrist and she said they don't reach the requirements, so I've been referred to Auckland Eye. I see. Okay. Yeah, well, good luck. I wish you the best of luck, but yeah, you might have to. It might end up being that you have to find some other solution. Might have to be stuck with public transport. Or a chauffeur, if you're wealthy enough. I already have been a member for 44 months. That is enough. It's enough to retire. I can't retire on that until I start my teaching job in September. Oh, I see. Nice. Yeah, join the club. I am also a teacher. Yay! Teachers unite. Anyway, Wanda animated. Katamari Damacy. Oh, of course. I was like, Wanda? It's the song. It's the song from Katamari Damacy. Still got the gay brick, eh? It will never be enough. Yeah. See, this is the final picture version. Abducts a grandma to fight a horrible monster. Man just pointed at chat. Yeah, I'm pointing at you. I pointed at you. We go to an optician and they say they don't meet requirements. Yeah, that's not good. Become an NCO instead and teach kids to use those to use arms. Yeah. What the? Nice. The angry face of being pointed at. Great track. It is. I mean, the Katamari. Yeah, I think Katamari Damacy soundtrack is such a good soundtrack. But Rory, I'm going to be annoying to everyone here. I'm very happy you're excited for the little project. Right? Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, there's a few things a few things in my life at the moment which are exciting. But I won't get into it because I'm going to, because some of those things might not pan out. Our one should be fine. We should be good. But there's something in my life I just learned about yesterday that could be very exciting. We'll see. Wait, what? Oh, dang it. It's sound. Not... He's still pregnant. Hey, Rocky! Is that the man, the myth, the legend?
Is that the man, the myth, the legend, Rorius?
It is. No. It's not a wedding, and I'm not pregnant. Marriage stream confirmed. It just sounds lol. Congratulations on the baby. Like, I wish I could say yes and then reveal a cat. Like, I wish I could do that. But at the moment, no. Can't afford it. All the OGs are here, yeah. Feet reveal. No, unfortunately, you won't know until next year. But we'll see. I would kill for a feet reveal. That's self-gold. Yeah. Honestly, won't lie. Sometimes they're like, because, you know, some people make a ton of money off of that stuff. Hair care stream. Some people make a ton of money off that stuff, and the thought had crossed my mind a few times in the past, like, I wonder if my feet would be worth anything. Yeah. Insane. Cooking stream. Oh, I wish. I mean, I could theoretically do that, I suppose. Only problem with something with a cooking stream would be that things that just take ages would still take ages. Like a cooking video. A cooking video, on the other hand, could be good. What am I hearing? It could be anything, and he's leaving us in the dark. Speculation time. Yeah, this just like we got all the OGs, the classic members. It feels like classic, like the classic speculation is very notable as well. I'm watching the stream in the background, playing Subnautica, playing for monsters beyond human comprehension, and as all I hear something about feet. Only Rorius confirmed. Rorius, do you have still have banana? That's in a constant state of winking. I do. I have something even better. Speaking of revealing a cat, I say better. Also very good. I have Cube Cat. At one of the last like Armageddons we went to, we got Cube Cat. It's a cube. Tiny little tail at the back. Cube Cat reveal. Dear. Where was I? Bears are a popular niche. Roy's Beard Restoration Project, charitable organization. You have so much on stream, you could fill an hour of oven time. I probably could. Christ alive! A banana with cat ears. Oh, nice, yeah. Cat cube. Oh my god, cat. Cube cat. Another god? Lofi the cat, yeah. I wish, though, I could be bringing out a real-life, living, breathing cat. Oh, well. Anyway, tease for something coming soon. I hope he was living and breathing. One day there will be Kitty in my future. I want to say something in regards to your feet. This is super cool. What is this about? Yeah, this is from 3 months ago. Very cool, very cool. I'm excited to learn more. Mystery time. Yeah, there's more speculation. What is Orangey up to with this one? Yeah. Anyway, the possum pedicure song.
Well, hello. We're here today to learn how to give your opossum a proper pedicure. Once again, we have a senior opossum helping us with the demonstration. You know, a life.
It's still foggy outside. It's 9:15. It's 8:48 a.m. and it's still super foggy outside. It's like a white wall just beyond the trees. Like the sun is out, but it's still foggy. Dang.
Fully lived is going to show on the feet.
It's not the ASM soundtrack. I was gonna say, to me that did not sound anything like ASM because the style was so different. So I'm very curious. So many mysteries during the stream, yeah. No kitty, all money on possum.
That's H-O-A-R-Y. I would never make a moral judgment on an opossum. And neither should you.
What the fuck?
Step 1, get yourself an opossum. Step 2, go a little insane. Step 3, Put your opossum in water. Step 4, snort some more cocaine. At this point, you might want to make sure your possum doesn't take its own life. That's what I'd do if I were...
Wait. I just realized we're listening to music. Yeah. Wait. Oh, and this YouTuber has quite a bit of... Quite a following. What the... It's just a ton of possum stuff. What the... What is this? What the fuck?
But until then, step 5, dry off your opossum. Step 6, quell the voices in your head. Step
It's James Hogg again.
Opossum a grape. Step 8, make sure the little guy's not dead inside because his pride is probably shot, which is what he'd do to you if he could shoot. You'd probably not be able to do. Step 9, paint your possum's toenails. Step 10, film it all at your home. Step 11, text the crazy cat lady. Step 12, realize you're doomed to be alone because even the cat lady down the street has standards.
Possum instructional hour, yeah.
In public, if you follow this advice, good point. I think it's vital that we don't condone this action. So let's do a little remix and make this video twice.
We're here today to learn how to give your opossum a proper pedicure.
Step 1, leave opossums alone. Step 2, please remember step 1. Step 3, just stay away from opossum. Step 4, congratulations, you are done. And if life should get you down and you start to feel there's nothing to live for,
this demonstration will
just be glad you're not a possum getting a demeaning pedicure.
Yeah. Until next time. Bye.
Yeah, James Hogg. Oh, Hugg. Hugh Hugg. Their channel is bizarre. And, like, we've watched a few videos of theirs. And I still don't know what their deal is. They post in my Discord. And I'm like, is it one of you guys? Is it is it a channel one of you guys have made? Because it's... Okay, they do post it. They do post in other stuff. But they post mostly in the Rorius subreddit. So, it must be one of you guys. I'm subscribed. Yeah, and they've made just like the most bizarre videos. Yeah, the hung zone. You'll never figure it out. I'm subscribed, are you? Yeah, subscribed. For like around with your explanations. I would love a possum, but any animal with a short lifespan is not very strong. Is a very strong discouragement. Yeah. No, that's one thing I've never had to deal with is the death of a pet, because I've never had like a pet that I would consider a genuine pet. I don't know how I would handle it. Wonder if they're lurking on here. I mean, it's possible. It's possible it's one of you guys. It could be one of you guys just, like, not trolling me, but, like, posting weird... Like, making weird stuff and posting it. They're just an anomaly. There's not an explanation. Yeah, I will likely never know. Subnautica be like... Oh... Oh, this is Below Zero. This music is super cool. I love it.
Proceed with caution. A Leviathan-class creature is near.
Oh god, the Shadow Leviathan. So true. Okay, because I'm insane, I literally... I mean, I feel like I showed it off. I showed it off in a stream one time. I made in Below Zero, I made my base connect all the way through to the inside of, like, basically all the way through to the end game. I made it go right through the crystal caves. Like it started in the starting area where your pod is, and there's a tube that you could literally run on foot the whole way through the crystal caves. And in an effort to do that, oh shit, yeah. Anyway, I have to go packing for my flight to hell, the US. I'm only there for 2 weeks. Right, okay. Well, yeah, see ya, RNG. It was good having you on the stream, and good luck. I wish you the best of luck. Yeah. At least it's Boston. Right, yeah. That's not so bad, I suppose, yeah. But yeah. The Crystal Caves, I ended up killing every single Shadow Leviathan in the caves. Because it was so frustrating to build around them. It was so frustrating. And I believe I killed every single one. I extincted the Shadow Leviathan species. Don't get eaten by hamburgers. Yeah. Stay safe regardless. Yeah. But yeah. I noticed, yeah, Digits, thank you for that submission. That was a good one. Intense Classic 1v1 in Tetrio Super Lobby testing.
Just straight up, like, are we gonna take a photo of that? That's really scary. Someone's gonna get away. Anyway, sorry about the distraction, guys. I'm very need of her. My internet just disconnected. I hate my life.
We can still hear him, but he doesn't know that we can still hear him.
I'm so desperate for stable connection.
Oh my.
No.
I'm watching this final 1v1, Wiley. Look at this, it's intense.
Yeah, it's really intense. Like...
No!
You're on a win, Demancho.
No!
Oh!
I didn't think I had that chance, actually.
I was about to say, Nathan, you were doing so well, and then it was like slipping at the end there. But then you won in the end. Dang. Nice. Well done. Yeah. So, is it a gun? I don't think so. Don't get detained by cold water. By solid water, perhaps, even. Solid cold water. Okay. Is the Citadel actually a gun?
So
I don't think
this
so.
Video by Squared Eyes. Basically, this whole video is a conspiracy theory about the Citadel in Half-Life being a gun. More specifically, a portal gun. At first, it may sound stupid, and it sounded stupid to me too.
I mean,
half
it's...
of the points made.
Okay, I think I know where they're going with this again. Because that's part of the bootstrap conspiracy, is that essentially the portal gun has a small black hole inside it that allows you to create the portals, right? And the Citadel literally also, as at its core, has a black hole. Well, they call it like a dark energy core, right? It's just like the orb that like pulsates and stuff. It's not literally a black hole, I don't think. Although it acts a lot like a black hole, I suppose. But it's not, visually, it's definitely not a black hole, right? But it's a dark energy core. And And literally at the top of the citadel, there is a portal that it creates in the sky, but a hole in the sky through which things can fly. But it's not placing it in any sort of like logical way. It could just be the Combine's best attempt at a portal gun. But yeah, let's just see what it says.
Just pure stretch and speculation. But I thought about it for a while. I speculated a little more to myself, and boy oh boy does he make a point. Now, whether the Citadel is similar to a portal gun, we have to dissect what actually is the Citadel. Why is there a megastructure in the middle of the city? Why do we care about it at all? What purpose does the Citadel serve? Trying to find answers for this very surface-level question
the Combine overworld.
You see, even outside of the portal gun references, we are going to discuss about that in a moment, hang on, the Citadel itself is some sort of a weapon, and this is not speculation. The points surrounding this argument are actually canonical and valid. After humanity was defeated by the Combines from the 7-hour war after Black Mesa incident, the Combines needed strongholds around the Earth to control oppression, maintain resources and their troops. City 17 is one of those cities where the Combines have settled in. They built a megastructure with a core inside of it, the megastructure we know as the Citadel. The purpose of the core is to power City 17's infrastructure, shield systems, and the core allowed communication between the Combine's overworld and planet Earth. Razor trains were used to import materials into the Citadel. The Citadel was also used for storing their gunships and dropships. Besides, the Citadel was used to store other Combine synths, such as Striders, Hunters, and many more. These synths are modified organisms recreated by Combines from existing species. All synths and ships are then deployed from the Citadel out to City 17.
Dangerous as it sounds, the Citadel can be considered a weapon hub, but it
recorded
is
on a different day.
A literal gun. Or is it? I have already mentioned that the Citadel contains a core inside of it. A malfunction or destabilization of this core could lead to a massive destruction of the Citadel and the area surrounding it.
Yep.
This is evident from the events that occurred in Half-Life 2. This amount of destruction is thought to be equivalent of an atom bomb. But it should be acknowledged that Square Dice is not making a point that the Citadel is a weapon. The video wanted to make a point that the Citadel is a portal gun. And when I watched that video, there was one thing that was stuck in my mind the most. The portal gun contains a miniature black hole inside of it. The core in Citadel is referred to as a singularity, which is more or less similar to a black hole. I am not a scientist or astrologist, but this kind of makes sense.
Is it a singularity? Wait. Citadel core HL2. Huge radioactive source of dark energy. That's what I always remember, is that literally the chapter is called Dark Energy, if I recall. Provided power to the many various needs. Citadel deliberately destabilized as it was, mentally destructive. Its meltdown released a massive amount of portal energies, which are focused and channeled with the creation of the super portal. Very top dark energy reactor used to power the Combine teleport. And the core, which was located near the bottom. It's not known how or to what extent they shared the role of powering the huge building. It mentions appearances. It doesn't talk much about... When does it say it's a singularity? Dark energy is what enters my body at 6 a.m. Sometimes where I could get outside at any moment and start climbing trees. Dark energy. I was gonna say dark fusion reactor. Yeah. Who are the Kiwis rooting for in England versus Norway? No idea, honestly. I don't really keep up with sports at all. Oh, characteristics. The core is never seen in blue sphere of unknown composition, most likely sort of force field due to its light bending properties, encompassing a pitch black volume of space, ebbing and receding. Yeah. Uh Um, I was gonna say, I never remember them referring to it as a singularity. They talk about dark energy and stuff like that, but I don't think they ever actually mention what it's made of. Yeah. No idea. What about gravity gun? Yeah. What about gravity gun? During the meltdown, the dark matter core begins to collapse into a singularity. There are multiple in-game warnings. Warning. 2 minutes to singularity. Yeah, like a singularity in that context is different from a singularity in like the cosmic context, right? At least that's what yeah. I know, I guess I never made that connection in my head that it was like well, I mean, it's clearly some kind of science technology that I've never, doesn't exist in real life, or at least it isn't something that we can control or understand. But yeah, from what I understood, it was something that produces dark energy, whatever that is. And yeah, it's whereas the portal gun specifically is referred to as a black hole, a miniature black hole. The energy, the dark energy core is never referred. Well, yeah, it itself is never referred to as a singularity. The problem I have with it as well is that if it was a genuine singularity, the destruction of the core, destroying the Citadel, would have done a lot more damage to Earth than it does in the game. On a scale from 1 to 10, how realistic is Half-Life Portal in terms of being the most plausible? I mean, neither of them are particularly plausible. Given our known science, they've both got to be plotted on as a 1, right? They're just not. It's not something that it makes any kind of logical sense from our understanding of physics. Norway already had a near goal, right? But at least health insurance will cover some of the cost at Auckland. Oh, Auckland IO, good. Not sure the core ends up exploding, so I assume it collapsed into a black hole. Black holes lose mass due to Hawking radiation, so the core's implosion into a black hole singularity ends up becoming an explosion. Yeah, but still, the problem with that is that black holes, they do lose mass from Hawking radiation, but what would likely actually happen if a black hole was somehow being stabilized inside a device like this, if you actually just broke the stabilization, rather than like in the game it shows the like objects in like being near the energy core as like burning, which isn't what happens with a black hole. Black holes don't burn things around them, they absorb them, right? And the edges of a black hole don't look like a sphere, they look like a black circle because the light literally can't get like past it. So you can't really look at a black hole, you can only look at the void that the black hole creates. So none of the characteristics of a black hole like align with the dark energy reactor, in my opinion. Again, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a scientist. As much as I would like to call myself a scientist because I have a computer science degree. Yeah. Anyway. Rory, are you a flat earther? No. Categorically no. Do you think Gordon changing Crowbar swipe direction could be fun in a new Half-Life? Make him attack this way instead of this way. But he kind of does attack both ways in Half-Life 2, if I recall. I asked because I had an idea of what that would feel like in a possible third thing. It's just an opinion, don't worry. Yeah. Anyway.
Citadel also contains a teleportation device.
Well, the argument though is kind of moot. I'm arguing for the fact that there's a black hole versus a dark energy core or whatever those are. But the point might be moot. The point might just be that that you just need a lot of energy, or you need something that can warp space-time somehow. I don't know. It might just be that it's because again, I've never understood the only reason that a black hole makes any sense for Portal is that idea that a black hole has been theorized to, like, or wormholes have been theorized as part, like, being related to black holes. So yeah. But in terms of like powering a device that creates a portal, just any power source would be fine. Like any super powerful power source, and yeah. Anyway,
that is able to teleport to a different universe. Let's guess what else is a teleportation device. In the late events of Half-Life 2, we see the Citadel reveal a massive portal in the sky. This is similar to the functionalities of the portal gun,
but distinctly different.
Now that we have found the similarity between the mechanic of both the Citadel and portal gun, it also makes it a little more convenient that the Citadel seems to have 3 arms just like the portal gun. Seems like it is all making sense now.
There are a lot of parallels.
It shouldn't go without notice that it is high likely just speculation, and obviously a conspiracy theory. I don't know if Square Dice is an employee or an insider at Valve. If so, please sponsor me. Oh, and it looks like a breakdown will be released by Square Dice soon. This is Andy. Square Dice is valid.
Yeah. No, an interesting concept. There are definitely parallels between them, and I'm sure that to some degree, Valve is drawing lines between stuff, and when they make new Half-Life or Portal content. If dark energy means dark matter, that makes sense with the burning, since matter and dark matter mutually destroy each other. Yeah. I mean, that would make a lot more sense to me, that it's some kind of dark matter thing. Somehow they're able to harness dark matter as some kind of energy source. That makes more sense to me. Maybe it's a case of portal tunneling through an event horizon versus burning a tunnel through space-time. Yeah. I mean, it could be like that, where it's like this is the thing. This doesn't invalidate the previous stuff we were talking about, where it's like the idea is that the Combine reverse engineered the Aperture Science stuff, right? It could be that the portal gun that they received didn't have parts of it, or they weren't able to recreate a miniature black hole inside such a small space. So it could theoretically be that it's just like the Citadel is their best attempt at recreating something similar. It might not be the same, and that's why it doesn't function the same, but it's like their attempt at something similar. To me, that makes a lot of sense, honestly, because the idea that, like, you get this device, they don't have blueprints for it, right? They're just trying their best to make a similar version of it, something that with their resources they have, and so it would make a whole lot of sense to me if this was their best attempt at recreating it, with the tech that they had available, with the resources they had available. Dark matter is what they called me in high school after the bathroom incident. Huh. Could you imagine the next technological leap from Portal would be in terms of the lore? Yeah, not really, honestly. Valve has been very they've taken some interesting directions with their Portal and Half-Life stuff. So who knows? Who knows what they're going to do next with it? Bored and writing nonsense. Minecraft's new chat restrictions are worse than you think. Okay.
So I was sitting here the other day thinking to myself, man, I wish Mojang/Microsoft would do something stupid like what they did back with Chatterports so that I could make another know something mod that's gonna become extremely popular. And what do you know? They did it. They actually fucking did it. Oh my god, am I tripping? They actually fucking... In case any of you all don't know what I'm talking about, there's this wonderful video from Phoenix SC that I recommend you watch.
I was going to say, I've seen the Phoenix SC video, that's why I know about this.
I'm gonna link it in the description, but long story short, Mojang/Microsoft decided that when they shot themselves in the foot with chatterporting 4 years ago, it didn't hurt badly enough, so they're gonna do it again. Now it's done in the light of UK's Online Safety Act, and basically they're gonna block your access to game chat unless your Xbox account is age verified through a third party, either by submitting your selfie, a government ID, or whatever. The third party in question, of course, swears on their mother's grave that they're gonna delete your data the moment that verification process is over, but you know how this works. I don't need to explain this one to you. Although at the moment...
Yeah, no, it pisses me off so much. All the age verification stuff is so upsetting to me. Yeah, I always think back, like, in the modern era with all the, like, age verification stuff and with, like, AI and like, the current use of AI. And, the way that certain, like, systems online, work feels so crazy to me. Having grown up in the era of... Oh, it takes the start requiring age verification? Oh, God. Growing up in the era of computing where it was like, never share personal data online, never post anything you don't want to be permanently available to anyone on the internet, like, maintain your privacy, all those things that we learnt in the, like, early thousands, late 90s, early thousands, computer, like, etiquette, behavior stuff, has all just been thrown entirely out the window in the last, like, 10 years. It's insane to me that they expect companies to be able to, like, companies, not governments. Like, that's the thing, is a lot of people are like, oh, I don't want the government having my whatever, but, like, government IDs, driver's licenses, whatever, they have your details. Governments have your details. The problem is that now governments expect age verification to be done, but they're not providing the age verification software or anything. They expect a business to provide that service to others. They expect some company to develop apps, develop technologies to process IDs for age verification stuff. If each government itself handled its own age verification, it could theoretically be not quite as bad. It still is a problem, though, of the fact that the government then basically, through their services, likely they would implement systems that, where they could basically monitor where you go through the use of your ID. But even in the scenario, like, in the scenario where the government makes some kind of age verification system that doesn't have anything other than, like, yes/no communication between the thing you're using and your ID information stuff, like, theoretically with something like that, you could achieve what they're really wanting to achieve, which is that, like, it's supposedly what they're wanting to achieve, which is that, like, kids can't access content that's not suitable for them. The problem is that the reason why all this age verification shit is happening isn't because anyone really wants to protect children online. It's because companies like Meta literally what's it called? They literally petitioned. They literally like sought out governments using age verification. Like when I like a while back, I heard this detail. I was like, why would age verification be a good thing for companies? Why aren't like Facebook, Meta, whatever, YouTube, Google, all why aren't the big groups fighting it if it means having to pay more stuff, do more, pay a bunch of people to make a bunch of age verification stuff for their platforms and therefore get less activity, less traffic on their sites because some people will be blocked out. It's like, that doesn't make any sense to me. And then I learned that Meta literally petitioned isn't the right word, paid money to people to get them to advocate for age verification. And I was like, why on earth would a social media site want to do that? Lobbied, that's the word, lobbied. Meta literally lobbied US governments, people, whatever, groups to advocate for age verification. And I was baffled when I heard that. I was like, why on earth would they do that? And then through a little bit of digging, or through maybe even the same video I learned about that in, is lobby is such a fun word to say. Lobby. Lobby. It is fun. Yeah, it's because that means that they can then require that you give more data to their systems, and they can process more user data. Because really, what Meta and those companies, and Google and these days, what they really are advertisers, right? That's why they make all their money, is by people advertising on their sites. So, and targeted ads are where all the money is. So, by being able to get more of your data, more information about you, they can target ads even more directly towards you. So, it's Trojan horsed into politics by saying, think of the children. The children's safety is the top priority. And what it really is achieving is absolute data saturation. Why do I get the feeling Gordon can't die and that he's going to be constantly placed into status regardless of G-Man, if G-Man is interested in him? Very possible. Very possible. Bluesky hit me with an age verification prompt, so I just ignored it and used a different client. Right. Yeah. Yeah, that's... I hate it. Oh, wait, what? Did I miss something, Catalan? You said you're bored and writing nonsense. Not that you're bored with the stream. Yeah, fair. Some US states are already doing it. Unsurprising that California is also doing age verification. It's crazy that when kids sign up for Roblox, they could tell them to use their real name as a username. So much different to what I was taught. Yeah. I feel like, honestly, with this kind of stuff, sometimes I feel so defeated. The world we live in is so antithetical to what I thought was supposed to be. Yeah. I don't know. I shouldn't talk too much about this stuff, but will I be punished if I say I sometimes enjoy using Google AI? I won't punish you this time, Zach. But careful with yourself going forward. The thing is that I have complicated opinions about AI, because there's, on one side, AI is a technology that is going to help us revolutionize a lot of things about the world. In the right format, AI, first of all, it is extremely powerful, and it could achieve amazing things. Like the first AI stuff that I remember seeing was the like folding at home thing, where it's like literally with the power of a bunch of like PS3s as well as a lot of computers around the world. They used basically like a learning a learning language model to basically run thousands of simulations of folding proteins to see if they could find, like, scientific, if they could discover new ways to treat diseases, or treat, like, something like cancer. And, yeah, like, those things, AI is extremely valuable and useful technology. The problem is the current people running the AI and the current implementations are just so bad for everything we've been taught. Like, we always talk about it. Always baffles me that there's so much stuff about, like, how there's so much copyright stuff. There's so many groups fighting to maintain copyrights and copyright law. Even though I think copyright law, a lot of copyright law stuff is problematic. And yet they're totally fine. Well, so many groups are totally fine with AI just blasting through everyone's copyright, consuming. Yeah, local LLMs is better when you're training it off data you own. That's fine. That's how AI should be. Yeah. Anyway. Where was I? If an app eventually forces me to verify my age with a webcam, I'm going out of my way to pull off the Gmod solution that was trending a year ago. Yeah, the Norman Reedus, like putting a photo of Norman Reedus in front of your webcam. That somehow feels less intrusive, even though I know the face verification stuff is about getting face ID stuff, like, for use in facial construction AI, basically. Speaking of the enshittification of everything, yeah. Guess who had to quit their job because they wanted me to use the evil, actively kills people AI for everything. That's really sad to hear. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you've been I'm assuming it's you. And I hope you've been able to find something better since then. AI learns off what it is fed, and it does not solve anything whatsoever. Well, the thing is, it can solve things in the right contexts when used the right way, but our current AIs, no. They, as someone mentioned, I think Digits, it was you mentioning it on the Discord. It's like, what AI does is take in a bunch of shit and then just, like, give you the average of that shit. And so you'll never, like, with AI, with the current implementation of AI stuff, yeah, you'll never get new or interesting things because it's always just spewing out the amalgamation average of whatever you've given it. Yeah. I mean, children protection is the easiest go-to justification for large scope of negative movements. 100%. Like, protecting the children has been used in so many negative movements over the years. I think you got the classic ones of, like, we should ban video games because, oh, think of the children, it's corrupting our youth. It's not. It's no media source of any time. You know, they said that about bad books. They said that about movies. They said that about video games, and none of them have been true. And while I agree that there's some disgusting shit on the internet that children probably shouldn't see, and not to use an anecdotal situation, but I lived through the era where that was the case, and I turned out okay. However, I know that for a lot of people didn't. A lot of people suffered at the hands of the internet, and I know that it's a difficult thing to solve, but I don't think age verification is the way to go. I don't think that's the way to go for this. I'm setting the coordinates of the missiles to your location, Zach. Opinion, if the AI was made ethically, I'd be okay with it. Exactly. If it wasn't actively killing people by stripping them of resources and driving up prices, I'd be okay with it. Exactly. That's the problem currently, is that the market for it and the way that they're going about implementing it is just insane and so bad for the world. Yeah. Don't worry about the negativity, by the way. It's good for your brain health too. Wait. What's good for your brain health? I was gonna say, No, that's another problem with AI is that there are, as a teacher, I see it. There are genuinely some students who somehow they've got through to the point where they're at high school without really having to think about anything, because they just get their phone to answer any questions they have whenever there's something that's like slightly difficult. They just get either some online source or an AI to do the work for them. So there are some students that I get in my classes that genuinely just cannot function without, like just Googling it, looking up the answer, getting AI to answer it for them. It's concerning. It's bad for your brain because you don't learn to learn. We're using AI. The present definition of AI is just bad. Yeah, I 100% think of that. Yeah, local language learning models are awesome. They're amazing tech. They're amazing device systems. But yeah, no, the AIs that are everywhere are terrible. The copyright stuff is super unjust. It's just because the people who did it with money. Yeah, that's what it pisses me off so much. There's so many groups who fight with millions of dollars over copyright, but then because those same companies are now doing AI, suddenly copyright isn't an issue. I saw Casey Muratori call Sam Altman the man who has stolen the most out of any entity in the universe, and that's true as fuck, lol. Yeah! AI is pretty good at making web stuff, but only because most web stuff is fake programming. Right, yes! No, that's so true, that's so true. Markup languages, web stuff like that, I've always thought of it as, people, because it's not a programming, it's not programming, it's a markup language. It's markup. It's not programming. Yeah, but again, web programmers. There's plenty of stuff like PHP and other stuff like JavaScript that can be called genuine programming. But yeah. Anyway, I went from being fascinated by early DNNs to being still fascinated, but so tired and filled with hate. Yeah, same here. Digits, same here. I'm just so filled with hate over those things. I love the technology from a conceptual level. Yep. The implementations are so bad though. That's the thing, is I remember when I was at uni and we were literally learning about neural networks and how neural networks work. Because it was the early stages. This would have been 2014. It was at the early stages of modern AI, and being fascinated by the technology and excited for what it could produce. But then now it's been just used in such a bad faith way. It's so depressing. The chase is on. Yes. Half of Gen Alpha are going to be brain dead because of AI at this rate. Yeah, that's what it feels like. It feels like it's literally like the Wall-E thing, where all the humans on the ship become like brainless blobs of flesh, of fat, because they're not using their muscles at all. They're not using their brains at all. All that stuff. AI usage, especially with younger people, is just so bad for their development. At least that's what it feels like. Again, maybe I'm making a mountain out of a molehill, but it's still that particular element feels so bad. I always talk with students about this whenever the subject of AI, or why don't we just use an AI to do that? I always talk about the fact that the whole point of school is not to learn specific skills. It's to learn how to learn. It's to learn the processes. It's to train your brain and to learn the processes so that in the future you're not, relying on things like AI all the time for everything you do. Yeah. Oh, that's a good point. Get the school to DNS block all AI calls. That's interesting. Unfortunately, I would do that if I had control over that. However, unfortunately, the Ministry of Education in New Zealand has said that certain use of AI is allowed in schools, just not for any assessment. Like, assessment work that students hand in can never have AI in it. So we do have to check and make sure our student work isn't made with AI at any stage. Which I think is... That part of it, I think, is a good thing. But the... Yeah, unfortunately, they've come back and said things like, first of all, teachers are allowed to use AI, which I already think is problematic. And then also that within the new curriculum, they're literally bringing in a new curriculum within the next couple of years, and that new curriculum, literally, as part of the digital tech curriculum, we actually would have to teach AI usage. We would have to teach our students how to use AI and ethical use of AI. But at this stage, at this point in time, at the moment, thankfully my head of department agrees with me that it's in the current state that AI exists. We've complained. We've sent in our feedback that we're like, no, we do not want to use AI with our students at this stage, because the current climate for AI is like, we'll teach about AI, but not how to use it. Well, we're not going to make our students use AI. We don't agree with that. We would teach about like the ethical problems or ethical situation with AI, but we're not going to teach them, like, because there's literally a section of the curriculum currently that says, like, we'd have to get the students to use an AI as part of like a project, where they'd have to like create prompts and use an AI of some sort. And I was just like, no. It's like, no, we can't do that. That's the thing. There is no ethical AI in the mainstream at the moment. So no, I think maybe in a few years, if things change for the positive, but in the current implementation, no, I refuse. If they're gonna do that, I'm gonna quit. if they do that, I'm not gonna be a digital technology teacher anymore, because I refuse to be part of that. Yeah, I've learned TypeScript recently, and it's much nicer than plain JS or JavaScript. Yeah, PHP is tolerable. I don't mind PHP. I've used PHP now, and it's fine. Signed someone who made a WordPress PHP plugin. Right. I more mean most web apps have just solved problems that web devs... Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Complicate with new frameworks and shit. Yeah, true. Feels so backwards to me that people are reinventing server-side rendering, despite the fact it's been around forever, right? Yeah. And I remember Valve, specifically, talking about server-side rendering, and how, literally, Valve were like Gabe Newell, I remember, he talked about server-side, like basically getting a cloud of some kind to render your game and then just stream it to you. Or like terminal-based computing. I remember him literally saying something along the lines of, he was like, if we start, like, first of all, we did actually start with terminal-based programming and terminal-based systems in a lot of ways, but he literally was like, if the early adoption of computers was terminal-based, even if we started in that place, and that was where the foundations were, in the long term, humanity would have moved towards client-side rendering or client-side processing in the long run, because server-side processing just does not scale like client-side can. That's what keeps baffling me about the current situation, is that they're like, so many companies are like brute forcing, just like having. I mean, data centers are the current classic one. They're like brute forcing, just having so much space and so much rendering power on their end that they can deliver those like technologies of like rendering a full-on modern game and just streaming it to you. And I remember Gabe Newell and Valve specifically were like, no, I think if that was the way we did it initially, we would have moved towards client-side over time, because client-side just makes so much more sense. Yeah. I know it's yeah. I know what you mean. I tangented it slightly from what you originally meant, but yeah. I would like to do my own artificial idiot. Artificial idiot, I like it. Don't think I could live with myself being a future Wall-E human, yeah. Let me talk to them, I just want to talk, don't mind. There's several tons of explosives, yeah. Yeah, just want to talk to him. I just want to talk to him. iPad baby with generative AI processing thoughts for it. Yeah, that's what it feels like. That's what it feels like. Rorius is becoming a noise. Server-side rendering in terms of websites. New frameworks did client-side rendering. And now newer frameworks are doing server-side rendering again, but with more security vulnerabilities. Right, yeah, yep. Oh, old frameworks, yep. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Some teachers might already be using AI to make their work easier, which to me, the presentation of the course content would make it lack in creativity. Yeah, no, it's... I know for a fact that's already happening, because while my boss thankfully does generally agree with my opinions on AI, especially using AI with the students as part of the coursework, she agrees with me on that part. However, she herself does use AI regularly for either coursework, like task work stuff, not coursework so much, but like task stuff, creating tasks and creating, like she does it a lot for making infographic stuff, which I don't myself use because I don't agree with that. I've literally been currently working on a curriculum for because let's just say there was a setup where a primary school, they're like senior students, they're year 7 and 8 students, would come to us to get technology stuff because the primary school itself doesn't have enough money. It can't afford to buy all the resources, hire permanent staff to teach technology, and they're required by law to do so. They pay us to teach their 7 and 8s as part of that to maintain their requirements, right? I'll have to go back and edit that out of the stream. Take a note, Rory. 2 minutes, 2 hours, 42 minutes, 30 something seconds. 2:42. Yeah. Unfortunately, was forced to learn how to use AI well. You've reached the end of the chat message influx. Oh, good. Yeah. I'll just show you how to wrangle the evil AI, if only just to learn how. I can tell you. Yeah. No, my to be fair, my boss is actually quite good at wrangling AI. She has clearly taught herself over the years. She is very good at getting the AI to do and give her exactly what she wants it to. I still think it's problematic though, from just the fact that by using it, you're supporting it, you're feeding into the AI system. Yeah. I think it's a problem. But yeah, anyway, I teach a year 7-8 class, which didn't used to get taught. Yeah, yeah, didn't used to get taught at our school, so I had to create my own curriculum for it. I based it off of something that my boss had already done in the past, but they hadn't done it in a long time. So I made my own version of it, a slightly modernized and simplified version, because I don't have them for very long. I only get one term of like once a week with this class, so like I can't teach them very much. But I teach them some basic. I honestly, I start with just some binary stuff. We just talk about binary and binary, how binary works, how binary is used in computers and stuff like that. And through that process, I have entirely made the curriculum coursework myself. Even though I keep getting told by colleagues and others, like, just get AI to do this, get AI to do that, and I'm just like, yeah, sure, and then I go away and I make it myself, because I just do not agree, fundamentally disagree with use of AI for that kind of thing. Yeah. Anyway.
This will only affect people in the UK. I think we all shouldn't feel relieved just because for now it's one country. Even in the article from Microsoft themselves, they say, and I quote, "As this age verification process rolls out across the UK, we will continue to evaluate how we can keep players around the world safe and learn from the UK process. We expect to roll out age verification processes to more regions in the future." You heard that right. You might feel safe for now, but that doesn't mean you're going to be safe forever. Now, just to clarify, from here on, we're going to be talking exclusively about the Java version of the game.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I can imagine Untitled exactly how that worked, how that happened. You know, what happened immediately after that, because yeah, I use some AI for mental work, but at least I don't have a subscription, so I'm mainly contributing to their deficits, Lamal. I see what you mean, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Literally every time you Google something, you know, Google's AI comes up with an answer to your query, even if you don't want it to. Literally, one of my former students, I still do some stuff with him as part of being at school, but he's no longer one of my students specifically. One of my students has literally started going around and pointing out that if you, yeah, I actually don't use Google search at the moment. I use, I turned it off briefly for something. But I've started using, there's this search engine. I don't know if it's the best option, just because it might still use Google in the back end. But it doesn't have an AI response function, which is good. I use a search thing called Ecosia, because I saw something recently the other day about the fact that it uses its, so instead of using advertising funding from, oh, hey Lamy, instead of using its advertising funding for making profits, it is like it's a search engine that uses its advertising profits to do, like, what the hell's the word? Eco things. It does things like plant trees or restore ecosystems in areas that have lost them. It uses its profits to help fight global warming, basically. Climate change, global warming. So that's what I currently use. But DuckDuckGo, I've heard, is a good one to use. I will probably look into that myself. But yeah. But yeah, no, one of my students has literally been going around writing on whiteboards in classrooms the fact that if you add -AI in your search term when you're on Google, it won't give you an AI response. So if you just write, supposedly, I've got Google's on at the moment, supposedly if you wrote, like, in here, or in here, let's do something that doesn't dox myself. Let's just go, like, something -AI. If you do this, if you add this to your search term, Rick and Morty, add that, it won't show you an AI automatic response. Wait, let's look up, like, how can I fix, my PC? It won't give you an AI generated response. So it's a way to turn off, essentially. I mean, you have to add this every time, but it's a way essentially to turn off the Google AI response every time you search something. Oh god, my phone heard me say its name, because I use an Android phone, of course. Yeah. So there's literally one of my students who've been going around writing that on whiteboards to try and spread the message. I don't think we need to watch any more of this. I know that it's so bad. It's such a bad setup. Generative AI is how it's been turned into a product. Is horrible. Yeah, agreed. Ecosia. I don't know how to turn off its AI search thing though. Wait, Ecosia doesn't have an AI search thing? At least I don't think it does. As far as I'm aware, Ecosia, I mean, I've been using it for a while and I haven't noticed an AI function to it. Am I wrong? AI has an environment impact. Yeah, exactly. This is the thing. We just need to cool down the AIs. Processors and data centers for these AIs use a lot of them. Yeah, but more so than... I've heard that apparently the water usage thing with AI isn't as serious a problem as we think it is. However, the energy usage is still a huge factor. Some of the areas where they've been putting data centers, AI data centers, have literally been having either power outages or the price of power in those areas has skyrocketed. Whether it's just, you know, them taking advantage of the situation, I don't know. But all I know is that for a lot of people, it's affecting a lot of people negatively around power usage. So even though apparently the water thing isn't as serious as we thought, the power usage thing is still a major factor and a really concerning one at that. I think this also works on Bing searches as well. Oh, right. Oh, good, yeah. Remember when the Steam machine was supposed to cost around $600? This is half of the problem. This is half of my frustration with it, is I haven't been able to upgrade my computer because of the RAM price thing, which apparently I've heard the shortage thing is literally a conspiracy. It sounds crazy coming out of my mouth that I'm saying that, but apparently RAM companies have artificially raised the price because of AI data center stuff. They've used that as an excuse to put the price way up, which is why I mentioned that the fact that like maybe the power thing is also a conspiracy, because literally apparently it's legit a thing that RAM companies literally created a scarcity to raise, like, skyrocket their price. The graphics card thing, or like the power used by Nvidia, that's a different story, but specifically RAM creators. Yeah. The RAM cartel. Yep. Yeah, funny thing is, I knew that already, that there had been problems in the past, but I don't know why I never connected it to the modern one until I saw a video about it the other day. Although AI is a massive part of helping global warming, or contributed to global warming, I think you mean. I think people do need to start paying attention to the power companies actually supplying these data centers and how they are generating it. Yes, yep, 100%. I agree. Please Google search, I'm a fish, I see a worm on a hook. Is it safe to eat? Okay. Wait, I'm just going to copy paste it. I was about to write it out, but I'll just copy paste it. No, it is definitely not safe. That worm is bait attached to a metal hook designed by anglers. If you bite it, the hook will lodge in your mouth or stomach, and you will quickly be pulled out of the water. For a real look at how these tantalizing baits are threaded and used by fishers in the actual world, which you should avoid. Could you tell me what kind of fish you are, so I can let you know what your natural safe food sources look like instead? What the fuck? Yeah. Sometimes I use start page. But sometimes it blocks me because it thinks I'm spamming them, lol. Right. What's start page? I'm not familiar. I'll look it up. Oh, private search engine. Yep. Search a web without giving up your privacy. Yeah, that's a good one. That's good. I'm honestly so glad that there are a bunch of groups, services, things coming out that are improving, like, basically counteracting all the shit, all the in-shitification of the world. Carmack is pro data center expansion. Ah. Oh no, that's always been a thing, and the current admin would never do anything about it. Yeah. Yeah. I wonder if aliens are watching all this unfold. It sometimes feels like it. Like they're watching on and just like shaking their heads. We're unworthy. We're unworthy to join them. This person, like Minesweeper. They do. Whoa. How did you find this? There's so few views. Unless one of them like went viral one time. No, they only have 28 subscribers. 333 videos, interesting. More power to them. If they like Minesweeper, follow their dreams, you know. Who am I to judge? I have literally thousands of videos, and a lot of them have just as many views. Dear. I learned recently that not only do these AI data centers run in a profit loss, literally the only thing they can sell their stocks for is engagement and nothing else. Yeah, no, that's... This is the other thing. This is the other crazy thing, is that so much of the AI shit that we're dealing with now is funded on hopes and dreams. Like, literally... First of all, the companies running the AI, the only reason they make any money is because people keep putting money into them. None of their products make any money. But the second thing as well is that companies who have started utilizing AI to reduce costs, running costs for their companies, have been finding that they are ending up spending more money overall dealing with the AI shit than they would have spent if they just had an employee instead. Yeah, a bubble. That's why they keep talking about the AI bubble. Can't wait for the real cost of AI to crop up and everyone has to stop using them. Yeah. Ain't no hope or dreams in AI. Yeah, yeah. And then all the data centers rot. Yeah. Honestly, it's times like these that I keep thinking back to. If you haven't seen, oh god, my writing today is awful. I'm just gonna go to this place for a second. Oh god. I'm not gonna be able to find it because I'm gonna have to scroll. Oh shit. Oh, I think it's this video here. If you have not heard of PhilosophyTube before, highly recommend. Their videos are really good. And they're on Nebula, if you have Nebula. Their videos are all on Nebula as well. This video about violence and protest on PhilosophyTube, really good video. But also, they talk about a book that was released in the... I don't remember when it was released. I'm not gonna make up a date and potentially be wrong. A book released quite a long time ago, at this stage, is literally called like How to Blow Up a Pipeline, and it's literally about when do you go from... It's in the context of like climate action, where it's like in modern times the language around protest, like climate protest, is often they talk about violence, like a violent protest, even when the protesters are not really doing anything particularly violent, or not doing anything particularly aggressive, I suppose. But that like the current methods of protesting climate stuff haven't really been working, and that there's a let's just say I'll cut this short and just say there's a line somewhere that exists where it's like, when do you stop just protesting peacefully and start blowing things up to deal with the problems, the things you see as problems in your world. And it talks about like stuff to do with the like the what the hell's it called? The stuff with like Martin Luther King for black rights back in the day, right? Where you had like Martin Luther King leading his I Had a Dream, like peaceful protesting stuff, and the people in Black Power being like blowing things up, killing people, doing the like aggressive stuff, and how it's like it's unlikely that those protests would have worked if it hadn't been that Martin Luther King and his peaceful stuff was seen as like the better alternative to a possible like aggressive violent group like Black Power. And that like when do you decide that the peaceful thing isn't enough, you need the violent thing to achieve your goals? Let's just say, you watch this video, it's a lot better than I'm explaining it here. It's only 40 minutes, but it's a really good video. Honestly, Philosophy Tube generally, I would highly recommend their videos. And for anyone who's interested in learning a little bit more about, like, trans rights stuff, this channel's huge for that, because the creator is a trans woman. And, like, this video here, I literally, like, tear up watching this video about their experience dealing with the NHS and their transition stuff. It's such a good video, but also like emotional as hell. So good, such a good video. I would highly recommend Philosophy Tube to anyone. Yeah. Anyway. Wait, I gotta read the chat. So yeah, the sentiment of wanting to see data centers rot. I want to see them blown up. I would like to see some people start taking things more seriously and crossing that line, honestly. I know you're not supposed to incite violence online, but sometimes with some, I feel like we've reached the point where we've got to start taking things to the next level with some of this stuff. Again, I don't expect anyone to do it, but I feel like that sometimes. I feel like that we've crossed those lines, that it's like we need to do more. We need to take the fight further, because there isn't enough people fighting it. There isn't enough people doing that serious next step, in my opinion. With the amount of data centers, if they were all left to rot, it'd be like Aperture Science, yeah. Yeah, the bubble pop will be crazy if no crazy developments and efficiency happen. Yeah. He had $300 Codex subscription, but had used $150,000 worth of tokens. Holy shit. One thing Google AI has helped with is shooting the shit when predicting what ifs and finding the search result that might take way too much time to find manually. Right. To be fair, yeah, again, it does definitely speed those things up. Although I remember, I feel bad because I used to always say the biggest thing I learned at university was how to Google my problems. But the difference is back then, you had, like, it was a skill. Finding the information on Google was kind of a skill in and of itself. But these days, AI does that for you, and so there's no skill in it anymore. Yeah, anyway. Sounds like a possible World War III. It could be. Can we just make the Black Wall from Cyberpunk and rot AI out from the inside? Right. I was like, Black Wall, what are you talking about? Yeah, I think I know what you mean. Yeah. I want to see them get abandoned, looted, and then you temporarily have a cool spot for urban exploration. Yeah, I mean, these are the dreams we have these days. It's crazy that this is the kind of thing we have to dream about. Cats Liquid 3 tech demo. Yeah. Aw. A good little palate cleanser. Yeah, Catalan, you brought up that idea that, yeah, the ability to search and navigate through data is a very useful skill to possess and improve in. Using AI renders you free from the task and weakens that ability. That's the thing, is that, like, using AI to filter data or filter content for something that you're looking for, useful, and I think honestly ultimately fine, like if it's implemented ethically, ultimately fine for people who are already skilled at that thing. The problem is a lot of people don't learn that skill these days. They just rely on AI to do it for them, and that's the problem. So, like, for those of us who have grown up with old internet where you had to search for things and had to filter, like, this data is irrelevant, but this data is good. This data is useful. These sites, they're not actually related to what I'm searching. Oh, this site here has something I want. That is a useful skill for, like, media processing, for understanding and processing. It's that media literacy stuff we talk about. But taking that away by just like making AI deliver everything to you is bad for your brain, I think. Yeah, again, for people who've already learned it, it's not such a big deal. But for people who are coming through now, learning about that stuff, it's yeah, or are in the process of learning it, it's really bad. Now you do it. It's a catfish. It's a catfish. Now, how do I get out? How does it get out? Yeah. It can figure it out, I'm sure. Perfectly normal Newtonian liquid. Get in the fishbowl. Get in the fishbowl. Let's not forget about the aliens watching us as we watch this video. I think they'd be just as enthralled as we would be. Just like you watching me watch something. It's the aliens watching you watching me watching something. They'll be just as entertained. Oh, removed by moderator. Never mind. I thought that thing before was removed by moderator. I was confused. Does this actually work? Oh, this also doesn't work anymore. Okay. Okay. Terrible Chinese translations. Chinese segue. Soon fat. Hold on. I was going to say, I'm probably not going to be able to watch much of this because, again, this is a big channel that I think will probably have their stuff, copyrighted. But yeah,
hey, Steven,
watch a little bit of it.
Your work on the last translation episode was fantastic. Our customers are loving the new signs in English. The signs? Which one? The restaurant's been doing great business ever since we translated the dish. The mobile phone across the store sold out.
Connecting poopy. Connecting poopy.
Because of your sign. And our convenience store just doubled
their business with one
poster.
Course.
Nice. Yeah, I gotta go. Amazing. Well, guess what? We're gonna have you translate the whole company. Okay. Badly translated signs. Let's go. Having fun prohibited. Yeah, that is Hi-ho. Hi-ho. We just got copyrighted by Disney. Alright, team, we gotta finish the site by 6 p.m. Everybody doing well? What the f did I just hear? Nothing. I mean, nothing. It's terrible here. I'm miserable. Saving water, you are the best. Urinating into... What? Urinating into pool, you are the best. Flushing timely, you are the best. Protecting public property, you are the... Oh, it doesn't mean into the pool. Sure, essentially is just a giant water-containing bowl. And yes, it does absolutely mean swimming pool, but right here they are referring to the urinal. You are the best. I'm explaining. Peeing into the urinal. And you're watching it. What are you doing? Long way easy English. Okay. This book will create easy English and let every people of world easily,
easily, yeah.
It's just wrong. After buyer, what's with the dash? Read this book. Can use easy English to connect total world. I hope nobody's buying your book. Hello everybody, it's me, Stephen He, the Easy Plumber. I am offering my plumbing system. I will easy plumb pipe. After I easy plumb, the pipe will run. The Stephen He plumbing service does kitchen and bathroom. Don't hire me, mean pipe wrong. Water no run. If you want pipe run good, hire Stephen He. Cuba Libre. I don't know what that means. Whiskey. How hard is it to smell coke? Oh, well, I didn't even realize that. When did that happen? Employees at Cock, our sales have gone through the roof.
To be fair, I'll leave this here because I don't want to fully take the stuff. If you want to watch the rest of it, go to their channel, watch it yourself. To be fair, the sound coke and like a lot of foreign people hearing that sound, I think it is a struggle to differentiate the sound. I get it. I understand why that's so often mistranslated. Even though, again, very different things. It's not forget. Wait, the FBI watching me watch Rorius, watching a cameraman, watching a cat getting inside a fishbowl. Yeah. Did you read that crazy Reddit post of the supposed real HL3 leak? Crazy Reddit post about it. Wait. You talking about you talking about the one that we were watching before that was like related to this? You mean the bootstrap paradox video? If so, yeah, we talked about it for quite a while. We talked about it for a long while. It was a good like many minutes near the start of the stream where we were talking about that. Unless you're talking about a different thing, in which case, like, are you talking about the bootstrap thing or something else? If it's the bootstrap thing, yes. If it's something else, I have no idea. Having fun prohibited should be a ban message. It's, fun is prohibited. Oh dear. Okay. I think we got copyrighted for one of these in the past, so I'm gonna skip this one. The like animation versus group has their stuff copyrighted, so I can't watch it. Anyway, this actually works. Is it really though? Is it really though? The science of the gravity gun.
Dear Austin, hi, it's me. Now I know the last time I responded to you, I may have sounded a little bit tilted, but I was really happy you took the time to watch my video about the portal gun. As a resident scientist on YouTube and an enjoyer of Valve video games, it's no surprise I got a little passionate about it. But that was during the sleepless days of writing my master's thesis before I became a full-time engineer. And on the topic of said thesis would be the discussion of a heavily requested topic, the sister weapon of the portal gun, the gravity gun from Half-Life 2. I noticed you also covered this one before, talking about the wacky wave realm of gravity from its basic definition and how it's applied. Having watched the video, I really don't have too much to say. Nothing of concern about your explanation. It's a great entry-level way to get people interested in science. However, like with the portal gun, I think the key to understanding how this weapon works might be in the name that's officially given in the game. But we'll get
0 point energy field, yeah.
See, with this video right here, I don't want to do a debunking, because not only is the general discussion about gravity fairly based, but I want to really build off of your video. I think this has become my perspective the more I matured and realized it's pretty cringe to talk down to people, especially people who are also passionate about the same things you're passionate about. So don't consider this video a debunking, rather a bed bunking. Just like how bed bunks can't exist without the single bed on the bottom, this video can't exist without your original video to build off of it. So if you need a brief overview of Half-Life 2 or my general thoughts about the game, I'll direct you to this video in the top right corner. What we're here to discuss today is the radical weapon of gravitational gravitas, the gravity gun.
I was gonna say,
can draw things towards it.
Are we supposed to be? I was about to say, are we supposed to be seeing something? Why isn't the video working? What the? We were sitting there for so long. I was like, "What's happening?" It's like, "What's up with this guy's video? Why would he have it just on a solid picture for so long?" The player stopped working. What the heck? So we missed like a minute of his video where they're talking about this. Oh, god damn it. Anyway,
draw things towards it and shoot them
God
out
damn
at
it.
speeds much greater than what it pulled in with. There's a ton of forces involved at play in each interaction, but to really feel how realistic or
Dumb
feasible this
YouTube
might
player
be,
being dumb.
we need to investigate the namesake of this weapon.
You can call it the 0 point energy field manipulator if you
Yeah.
really want to.
The gravity gun's official name is the 0 point energy field manipulator. Naming this weapon the gravity gun is a little...
Yeah, I've heard, again, I don't know how in the real world it is, but I've heard lots of sci-fi media talk about the 0 point energy or the 0 point energy field. I am curious how much reality there is in that versus how much total sci-fi it is. But I would be interested to learn more, so let's have a listen.
Misleading, considering the forces in effect are not gravitational forces. Like with the quantum tunneling device from Aperture Labs, something quantum mechanical may be going on here. But to understand this, we need to break this down into multiple sections, and the starting point would be point kinetics in the first place. Now, my master's thesis was on implementing a one-dimensional point kinetics feature into a physics code for nuclear reactor analysis during potential meltdown scenarios. By looking at specific features of the reactor, one can gauge if it will shut down naturally without human intervention. These features of a reactor can maintain coolant density, the radial expansion of the core, or the Doppler effect of neutrons in the reaction. By simplifying the equations down to one dimension, you can roughly describe these complex interactions in an understandable and measurable way. But that is using everything as a single point, and the energy associated with those systems. Unfortunately, these methods are unable to describe what we're witnessing with the gravity gun. We'll need to lose another dimension to reach the 0 point energy. Now, while you're actually not going to the 0th dimension, 0 point energy is the minimal non-zero energy needed in a quantum mechanical system, and explains how light waves are able to travel through the vacuum of space. This is usually calculated using the expected energy of a 0 point photon mode. And so this is when we transfer from the world of Newtonian physics to the quantum field theory and quantum dynamics, the interactions between electrons and photons. This is the conventional way of describing 0 point energy. All fields in the universe have 0 point energy, from force fields like photons and bosons to matter fields like electrons, fermions, and quarks. Even at near or absolute zero, quantum mechanics still dictates that particles have some motion in them, which is contrary to our Newtonian understanding, which would say when you reach absolute zero, your temperature is absolute zero, all motion would cease. And this goes hand in hand with Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, which states that when observing a quantum mechanical state, you can know either the position or the momentum of a particle, but not both at the same time. Now, I've talked about this concept before in a previous video, but the Hamiltonian is the total energy state in terms of operators and wave functions, and can be understood as the sum of the potential and kinetic energy. If one were to describe the relationship between the wave functions and an operator, one would do so with eigenvalues and eigenstates. The eigenvalues of a Hamiltonian can be used to describe the energy levels of a system, and quantize the values of angular momentum.
Hold up. I love that idea, Catalan. A Coca-Cola hoodie that just says cock, and a Pepsi one that just says penis or something. I'm assuming you meant penis. Yeah, I like. Sorry to just interject with some lowbrow humor in the middle of this science video. Was Half-Life 2 the first piece of fiction to come up with the gravity gun? I do not believe so. I believe the concept of the 0 point energy field is something that I think it exists in real life. I'm assuming that's what this is talking about. I'm assuming it comes from real life first, is what I'm saying. But then a lot of sci-fi stuff has used it over the years.
A system can have. By integrating over all the momentum of a particle of that state, the final expected energy in a vacuum state diverges to infinity. This is used just to illustrate that energy is still present even in empty space. Hendrik Casimir, a physicist from the 20th century, was primarily known for his research on two-fluid model superconductors, but he also made great strides in understanding what 0 point energy is. Studying with Niels Bohr, the namesake of the Bohr atomic model, he worked in Copenhagen and Zurich during the age where much of quantum mechanics was still being discovered.
Dr. PP.
You'll probably run into a couple of his mathematical tricks and shorthands in your college-level quantum mechanics courses. His experiment took the models of quantum field theory to a physical representation of forces between two separated conducting plates in a vacuum system. In his experiment, he put two metal plates in a box under vacuum. The two metal plates
I did quantum physics at university, but only at first year, so
that you'd be familiar with.
I never touched this stuff.
Class. You'll see a lot of potential barriers and infinite square wells. He then calculated the electromagnetic vacuum state, or zero photon state, and the energy within the rest of the cube. There's more about quantum tunneling and really interesting things on my Portal Science video, so revisit that if you need further explanation. Since both energies are divergent, the force between the two plates can be described as F equals pi squared times the reduced Planck's constant h bar times c, the speed of light, divided by 240 times a to the fourth for some separation distance a, all times L squared for some length of the plate L. Now this seems like a really small force, but it proves that the zero-point energy field, that energy between the two plates, can be manipulated. There is one major caveat, of course, which is that the force drops off significantly as the distance between the plates increase. This Casimir mechanism is incredibly interesting, and is what we used in the Black Ops 1 Ascension Easter egg. And while NASA is using this equation to try and figure out how to generate thrust without fuel for space exploration, I'm here to apply these scientific concepts to a weapon of a nuclear physicist stopping an alien invasion. Like with the portal gun, we're facing the problem of the conditions for such a device to work in. Of course, we're not in Aperture Labs anymore, where the conditions can be tailor-made for each experiment. We're in City 17 and the Citadel, so we're typically not under vacuum. Because in the real world, it's currently under discussion how we could apply this to nano and micro technology. So, Austin, the forces that you described in your video are from a classical perspective of the gravity gun, but it seems like Alex, Eli, and the creators of this weapon wanted us to consider the quantum mechanical side. Since the gravity gun has two types of fire, do either describe the macro scale of what we're seeing. The primary fire is the blast that you covered in your video, that punts anything the user targets with tremendous force. That description is more fitting for what you covered about gravity in general. The secondary fire, however, is what I'm more interested in, the one that holds an object in front of you, that attractive force that can be used to pick up lighter objects on the map. I believe we're observing some Casimir effect between the prongs of the gun. But could this wicked Casimir effect really be able to defy gravity? Quite honestly, it depends on what the input potential energy source is, which determines the Hamiltonian of this system. While we're talking about subatomic particles, the forces they're experiencing is quite low and not scalable. But something as volatile as a Zen crystal powering this device, well, now we're getting into the realm of reasonable science fiction.
Reasonable science fiction? Yeah.
When we're considering things that seem to defy gravity, we have a long-range attractive force that already exists between neutral atoms and molecules, the van der Waals force. These allow geckos to climb and water drops to hang off the ceilings. But in the 1930s, the theories used to describe the van der Waals forces were not sound for colloidal solutions, viscous materials like paint or mayonnaise. It was only through the realization that the interaction between two neutral molecules only works when you consider that light travels at a finite speed, 3 × 10⁸ meters per second. One thing to consider is that all fields, even vacuum fields, have some types of fluctuations in them. Fluctuations in a vacuum field are approximately half the energy of a photon traveling through it. What's really interesting about the Casimir effect is that there's a bit of excitement about how this will fit into a large, extra-dimensional unified field theory of fundamental forces. These dimensions would have the potential to modify classical Newtonian gravitation at a sub-millimeter difference. If the gravity gun could extrapolate that to a macro level, then we have something that actually works. One important thing to note is that in the realm of electromagnetic fields, every field, even in a vacuum, can carry energy. This is the idea of field radiation pressure. As electromagnetic fields propagate, they can put some pressure on surfaces. This pressure increases energy, increasing the frequency of the electromagnetic field. And to tie this back into the resonance cascade video, there's a certain cavity where the resonance frequency is greater than the force outside the two plates in the Casimir experiments, which causes the repulsion. One thing I am hesitant about, though, as I made in my last video about the science of the resonance cascade, is the idea that the supergravity gun is a dark energy field manipulator. I've made my feelings about the questionability of dark matter and dark energy very clear. I personally don't find it, or things like negative mass, very compelling. That's because I've tried to make clear with this series of science videos, even small evidence for the Casimir effect or quantum tunneling that we can observe are at least observable, and better than no evidence, which is just filled in by sus mathematical proofs. In my opinion, the supercharged gravity gun just ups the potential energy, making the Hamiltonian even greater. The force needed to hold up any of these objects is variable by Newton's third law, equal and opposite reactions and such. But the Casimir effect is the way the gun is able to hold up an object. And the game devs, well, they weren't lying to you to make the physics simpler, but I kind of just misbranded this one. But here I am,
Right.
like the maid, I just gotta clean up this mess every time, someone makes a video, I gotta iron it out and make sure everyone understands the science. And you know what? You probably didn't understand the science. 90% of the stuff is pretty high level. You gotta go up to senior year at least to really get into a little bit of this stuff. But if it didn't make sense to you, that's okay. That's what I'm here for, and I love what I do. Sincerely, the Shuckmeister.
Yeah. I only understood parts of that.
P.S. Valve
Oh?
just announced Half-Life 3 already. The anticipation is killing me. Thank you so much for watching. This video was definitely a lot of fun to research.
Interesting video. Yeah. Wait. It's wait. Maybe an orange one that says Canter Australian favorite word. Some Fanta. Be 5 minutes to bypass the flag. Right, yeah. Oh, hey Bob. Welcome to the stream. Yeah. No, I understood some of that. I was gonna say, yeah, I did physics at university, and I only did it in first year university. But we did talk about some of the quantum mechanics stuff. But that, honestly, what he was talking about there flew a little bit over my head. But I know that, generally speaking, Valve tries to base a lot of their science on, potential real-world science, but they also do take some pretty hefty liberties with, elements of it. So, yeah. So they talked about actually that thing about the gravity gun, the super gravity gun being charged with dark energy. I hadn't thought about that, but again, that is just speculation. It could, I've always just understood it that whatever the weapon dissolver energy, whatever that uses as energy, just supercharges the Zen crystal. That's what I've always understood it as, is that whatever that is that emits at the object and then vaporizes it, it hits the Zen crystal. Instead of vaporizing, it gets almost stored inside the Zen crystal, and whatever is going on inside those Zen crystals is hypercharged by all that extra energy. That's how I've always understood it. So I agree with him. I agree with the Shuckmeister that it's likely that actually is probably just if it were to be real, if it were to be possible, that it would just be a heightened, hypercharged version of the same process. However, the only counter argument to that would be the idea that whatever that energy source is that's going into the Zen crystal, when you punt enemies with, when you punt the Combine enemies with that, with the gravity gun punt, their weapons dissolve in the same way that your weapons do when you first enter the thing. So there's clearly whatever energy is entering the Zen crystal is still in the Zen crystal when you use it. So yeah, it's hard to say. Tis been a while. Yes, it has. It has been a little while. Speaking of which, do you think that HLX is the third game? I don't think anything Half-Life in the future going forward is going to be a Half-Life 3 specifically. I think they might be continuing the story, but it's probably going to continue from where Half-Life Alyx left off. And there's a part of me that thinks they're never going to do a Half-Life 3 or Half-Life Episode 3, just because it is safer for them because of the ridiculous hype of the original of Half-Life 3 at the time. It's safer for them to continue to do subtitle games. Half-Life Alyx came out, people weren't mad, they loved it generally. It succeeded in being a Half-Life game a new Half-Life game without angering people who are like, this isn't good enough. This isn't good enough for all the waiting time, you know. So I think they're going to continue to do subtitle games. Yeah. Also, there's something waiting for you in the Reddit. Okay, well, we'll see. We'll see. I was going to say, I don't plan to stream too much longer because I have something I got to do afterwards. But we'll finish out the hour. We'll go for another half hour. We'll see how far we get. Graham Barrett, awesome guy making short form skits. Okay. Oh wait, we missed this one. This is very real. Oh, this is the one. This is the one you're talking about, Zach. We hadn't got to it yet. I'm wiping this account tomorrow. But then he never wiped it. It still exists. Wiping this account tomorrow, but I wanted to drop the real leak. I don't work for Valve, but I'm a major AI ML lab that partnered with them on the tech for Half-Life 3. The game is absolutely coming, and the announcement is imminent. The breakthrough Valve was waiting for was the ability to handle physics, specifically fluids and destruction, using machine learning instead of expensive deterministic calculations. Put simply, Valve has integrated a pipeline into Source 2 that allows them to brute force high-fidelity simulations to build ground truth datasets. These datasets train models to predict physics interactions rather than compute them raw. I mean, they have already... Is that not what they were doing? I remember them talking about this literally in episode 2. They literally did this. They did physics simulations. But they had to pre-render them because the engine couldn't handle it. But with modern tech, modern advances in technology, like it... Yeah, I don't know, whatever. Predict physics interactions rather than compute them raw. Think movie quality water simulations, one-to-one structural destruction, and complex vehicle physics. All running smoothly on a mid-tier GPU. The hardware isn't solving the heavy math. It's just making efficient ML predictions via pre-trained models. Half-Life 3 is effectively the tech demo for this advancement. It allows developers to create experiences with 100 times the physical interactivity at less than 1% of historical compute cost. It's a genuine game changer. You were supposed to wipe that account. Yeah, no, I don't believe this for a second. I'm sorry. I think it's just someone wanting attention. Yeah. Wait, this is a WIYIYIYILD Reddit post? What does it mean? What are these glyphs? Yeah. No, I know that I'm already familiar with the fact that at Valve they literally have a physics programmer who works there. Mainly because there was a recent thing about a thing called Box 3D, which was a 3D physics engine thing based off of a 2D physics engine called Box 2D. We're wild. Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be. Wild Reddit post. Yeah, Box 3D. It's based off of the physics engine that this physics programmer at Valve made for the Source 2 engine. Yeah, so there's and Box 3D is fully open source. Or fully, maybe not open source, but it's fully available for anyone to use without copyright. I don't think you even have to pay. You don't have to pay anyone. It's free to use. Graham Barrett, awesome guy making short film sketches. Okay, let's have a look.
I don't have bad posture, okay? Because posture is a spectrum. And boy, am I on it. Some of the smartest people I know have bad posture, like that Stephen Hawking guy. Anyways, this video was brought to you by the letter Z, as in, my back zigzags, leave me alone.
Me literally sitting in a curved posture. Dear. Turn this off if you're a YouTube creator.
So YouTube has been adding AI upscaling to shorts and long form videos, but there actually is a way to turn it off. Shout out to Scott Fordham for this comment, but he basically says you go to YouTube Studio. So that is going to be on the top right over here on your icon, and you're going to press YouTube Studio. From here, you're going to go over to the settings on the bottom left, click that, click channel over here on the left, and then you're going to go over to advanced settings in the middle. And as you'll see, YouTube has a brand new option that I've never seen before called video quality enhancements. Let YouTube enhance visual quality and enhance audio quality. You're going to go ahead and uncheck those two, press save.
Let YouTube enhance visual quality. Turn that off. Let YouTube enhance audio quality. Turn that off. Save.
And there you go.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Because I have noticed I've turned off the automatic AI translation feature. Because there's a bunch of videos I would open up and it would be auto-translated. And while I understand the idea, it's like, oh, it opens up creators from areas that don't speak English. AI. At the moment, I just don't want AI in my shit, in my everything. So yeah, good post, Nathan. Thank you. Cat games. He had it. Baby Charlie the cat. They had it, but then they stopped. Yeah, from what I understand, cats are not great problem solvers, but they are good at seeing a problem being solved and being able to replicate it. From what I understand. Like, they can solve problems, but they're not the greatest at it. They're not like crows and other animals that are... Yeah. At least some cats. Some cats are pretty good at seeing a problem being solved and solving it. There we go. I don't know if instantly is the word I would use in this context, but yeah. That's good. He's learning. Yeah, exactly. He's learning. Now, do you remember the other one, Charlie? We saw another one in here before. Oh, no, having to be shown again. Oh, oh, oh. You can do it. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Problem is he has no thumbs. Can't, like, grab it. It's hard to grab when you have no thumbs. Like, no, no. Do it yourself. Oh, he's trying so hard. Struggling to make that connection that it's like, it's that specific part that he needs to pull. Forced AI audio translation on by default rather than original is outrageous as a concept. Yeah, that's the other thing that pisses. Okay, I can't get into AI stuff again, but yeah, another thing that pisses me off so much is a baby. Yeah. Other thing that pisses me off so much is so many companies just like turning things on by default. Like I just the other day learned about the fact that Instagram has a similar thing where people are able to. There's like literally a setting they've added that's on by default. That's like allow people to use your content to produce AI stuff, like produce AI content from your posts on Instagram, and you have to turn it off. You have to go into your settings and turn it off. It's opt out rather than opt in, which is insane to me. He figured it out instantly, as if he wasn't furiously smacking the side of the box, hoping something happens. Exactly. Another thing that pisses me off so much is a baby. Is a baby. Why is no elbows on the table important? Yeah, this is an old concept.
Coach, and I'm here to...
Oh wait, Wired. Probably can't watch this. But I'll open it for myself for later. But yeah, elbows on table. That's like an old thing. I believe it's a. There's multiple things. So elbows on the table, right? It starts off with like a reasons. Part of it is like by putting on. Wait, does that not come up? Wait. No elbows will clean. Why does it? Okay. But on my end, I just noticed there's been a bunch of those posts. There's a bunch of these where it... Maddie, did you type okay and it translated it to reasons? Or did you write reasons? What the? I've been noticing this throughout the stream. I assumed it wasn't actually doing anything because the posts looked normal. Where is another one? There was another one earlier. Yeah, a post by U-Digits says on my end, on this end, it says OOO, but when you hover over it, it's OWA. Oh god, okay, wait, let's see if I can turn this off. I don't know how to turn that off. It's not in the ... menu. Yeah, more AI. Auto translation of stuff that's not even something to be translated. Ah, that pisses me off. Especially since it comes up correct here at least. At least it comes up correct here. Yeah, baffling, frustrating. Yeah, but no, I was gonna say the elbows on the table thing. I know that some of the etiquette thing is to do with like putting elbows on the table, especially if you like hunch over your food, is like there's an element of as if you're like shielding your food from someone stealing it from you, and it's like kind of insulting that you would do that. I don't know if that's what's going to be brought up here. I don't know if that's a psychology thing rather than an etiquette thing, but that's what I remember hearing about it. But also I know it was like to some degree there was like the argument of like, well, people coming back from work or whatever, being like in the coal mines or in a dirty job, putting their elbows on the table, dirty the table. But yeah, I'll watch it myself and see what he actually says. Because I've heard a lot of things, but I don't know how much of it is true. Yeah, anyway. They live. Team Hyperborea. Oh! They live. They do, indeed. Video showcases upcoming features. Everything seen in this video is not final and is subject to change. Yep. Yeah, it's like that one guy who tries to correct you when there's nothing that needs to be corrected. It feels like it. What the? An Aperture Science turret of some kind? Like a spider turret. Ah, yep. The fluffy head crabs. Yeah, it's that ball turret from the concept art stuff. Concept images. Oh, he's about to die. Oh, I hate that. I hate that sound. It's interesting. Interesting. I like it. Oh. Be afraid. Be very afraid.
Hi, BrenTech here, where tech is made simple. So it's already been 10 days since the end of support of Windows 10, which Microsoft ended last week.
I still
Tuesday,
use,
14th.
as you can tell, I still use Windows 10. Oh, I forgot I full screened it. As you can tell, I still use Windows 10. it's working fine for me.
As we have been discussing on the channel. And in regards to this, Microsoft now has posted another community blog post. Are you leaving the door open for hackers? The hidden dangers of unsupported systems. And I thought this was interesting. Now, this is mainly focused at enterprise environments and IT administrators, but I think this can also be of interest to your average home user.
Windows?
Microsoft
I don't
says
know her.
from this blog post that with the Windows 10 end of support, many organizations face a growing question. How many of their devices, servers, or endpoints are unsupported? And more importantly, Microsoft says, what hidden vulnerabilities does that create for compliance, auditability, and access governance? Because Microsoft says from the post that the problem is with just one more year thinking, which it says a lot of RT admins and RT leaders are tempted to think just one more year to keep running older systems a little longer, patch what you can, and squeeze maximum value out of existing infrastructure due to the running costs, obviously, of upgrading to newer hardware, which would be first prize for Microsoft. Now, Microsoft...
Yeah. When Microsoft releases an article like this about their own older software, you know they have an incentive to do so. It's yeah. I take these kinds of things with a grain of salt, especially that idea that, you know, now that Windows 10 is no longer supported, it's like, oh, hackers and malware is going to get into your system. I would argue that that's probably, if anything, that's kind of probably the opposite of what would likely happen, because with the expansion of a newer system like Windows 11, with more and more and more people using it, unfortunately, it's, surely the people making the malware, making the virus stuff, would move on to Windows 11. Yeah. I don't know, that's my perspective on it. It's like, surely the most popular interfaces are the ones that people are most likely utilizing. I understand that it's like, oh, target companies using old tech, but I don't know. I've heard of big viruses happening to, or you know, actually malware and viruses are not even that like big of a thing as they used to be. I know they still are. They still definitely are. I've literally seen students with viruses on their school computers. But yeah, I feel like those arguments about Windows 10 being more vulnerable because of the lack of support now are somewhat perhaps overstated. Or yeah. Anyway, let's just say I'm doing fine. I've got Windows 10 still. I'm doing fine.
From this blog post and the just one more year of thinking, it says, and I'm quoting, research supports the scale of the issue. Microsoft's latest digital defense report, note this is a Microsoft report and not a third-party report, so there might be a little bit of bias here, but nonetheless, Microsoft says the latest digital defense report reveals that over 90% of ransomware attacks that reach the encryption stage begin with unmanaged devices lacking proper security controls. Unsupported systems, it says,
probably
fall into
it's
this
possibly
category,
correct,
making them prime targets for exploitation. And because these vulnerabilities live at the infrastructure level, not in individual files, they're often invisible until an incident occurs. So that's Microsoft's take on the one more year of thinking. Now, Microsoft mentions from this section the rising cost of delay, which I thought was interesting. It says, hackers don't need to break your strongest lock. They just need to wait until you leave a
Catalan,
window open,
exactly.
intended. With Windows 10 end of support, attackers already know many businesses will lag behind. Every month of delay hands them a predictable advantage, a patchwork of unprotected systems running business-critical workloads. The cost of waiting is steep. Breaches tied to unsupported infrastructure often carry higher remediation costs, longer downtime, and greater reputational damage than attacks on supported platforms. And because compliance frameworks evolve faster than legacy systems, staying put also means falling behind on requirements that...
They're basically like, yeah, we're going to stop supporting this, and now it's your problem that we're no longer supporting this software that we made. You're risking everyone by not upgrading. They're shifting the blame. They're shifting the, like, onus onto the people instead of the fact that they sold the system and are no longer doing anything to support it. Even though, again, they originally said they conned the shit out of everyone. They were like, Windows 10 is going to be the last version of Windows. We're going to release Windows 10 and then we're just going to improve it forever. And then literally like 3 years later, they're like, Windows 11 is on the horizon. And it's like, that is... yeah, anyway.
Affect contracts, customer trust, and even your ability to do business. So that's Microsoft's take on it. Now, the interesting thing about Microsoft's take on it is nowhere in this post does Microsoft mention the Extended Security Updates program, be that for consumers for 1 year or the 3-year plan. Doesn't mention anything like that in this article regarding, are you leaving the door open for hackers? But what Microsoft does do, if we head to this section, ready to close the gaps before attackers exploit them, what Microsoft does is it pushes new hardware. Windows 11 Pro devices powered by Intel vPro. So Microsoft wants you to go out and buy a new hardware, a new PC, or a Copilot Plus PC, as we can see from this report. So a bit of vagueness from Microsoft. I think, as I would say on the channel, a little bit cheeky, not mentioning the extended...
No, pisses me off, honestly. Is the... be afraid. Be very afraid. Is that they're just like... For those people who are like, who have older systems and are like, what do I do about dealing with the, the current the current setup? They're like, lol, go buy Windows 11, go buy a system that runs Windows 11. And the other big thing about it, part of my protest of not moving to Windows 11 is the fact that Windows 11 is full of AI bullshit now. This stream has all been about just like complaining about AI. The stream. Yeah, like, Windows 11 has a ton of, like, Copilot bullshit, like, baked into it. And, like, by sticking with Windows 10, I don't have any of that stuff. At least as far as I know. I mean, it could be worth looking into it more, but that thing where, like, that system, like, is it Remember or Memories or something like that? Where, like, Windows 11 literally takes screenshots of your screen every so often, so that you can, like, go back, like, what was I doing an hour ago? And you can see a picture of it, literally, in your, like, history thing. Terrifying, ridiculous. How the fuck was that ever allowed? How are people okay with that existing? absolutely baffling. Fun fact, I remember when Windows 10 was the new thing, and at the time I was using Windows 8. However, for some reason, Malwarebytes was labeled as virus in Task Manager. Of course. Yeah. I did not like Windows 8. I liked Windows 7 though. But I went from 7 to 10 when I got my when I upgraded. I think it wasn't it, if I'm remembering correctly, I went from Windows 7 to Windows 10. It was either in 2015 or 2018. Maybe probably more incompetence than malice. Yeah. Yeah, you're probably right. The annual Reddit stream where we rant about AI, Portal, and Half-Life. I mean, yeah. Portal and Half-Life, that's expected. Kind of surprising that we ranted so much about AI. Oh, I can't watch this either. It's British television. Hold up, I'll put it over here for myself to watch later. But yeah, making people need help. Interesting. I mean, that's like that's the thing that oh, this video is new. I thought it oh, we actually caught up with where we were last time. That's really funny. And this link shows that I've already opened it. Did I not open this one?
La mia Renault è come
Wait.
per riavere la Gioconda, un sogno.
This is a James Hung video.
This is the new Renault Twingo. It ushers in the next era of safe and efficient transportation, offering unparalleled design, luxury, comfort, performance, hypersonic weapon interception capabilities, and nuclear deterrence. Starting at €20 or something, the new Renault Twingo features a compact design that enables it to park anywhere one desires, making it the perfect choice for city drivers and those who want to show off their new Renault Twingo in their living room, thanks to the fact that it is small enough to fit through your front door. The front fascia has been updated to reflect a new standard of elegance and sophistication, representing the values...
Wait. We've watched Jam before? It was fine. It's ends of stream anyway, so yeah. Whatever the case, I'll watch it in my own time. But yeah. Windows 9, remember it? Of course not. All thanks to the G-Man and his Mandela effect taking things we've loved away from us. Mandula. Yeah, I remember them saying they were skipping Windows 9 because they were going straight to Windows 10 because Windows 10 was going to be the operating system that they used forever. And then Windows 11 came out. You know, they announced Windows 11 like a few years after.
With a rich cultural heritage, the new Renault Twingo
Yeah, that's why I was saying they scammed the shit out of all of us, because they literally they got people to transition from older systems to Windows 10 because they claimed it was going to be the last operating system they made. It was going to be the final version that they then released updates for forever. And they lied. They lied to everyone. So,
it's like
yeah.
a raw sewage treatment facility. This is good, because when no one wants to park next to your ugly, smelly car, you can escape the parking lot with ease. Powered by a Rolls-Royce Trent 977B A4 axial flow high bypass turbofan engine, producing 372 kilonewtons of takeoff thrust that we fit inside the front bonnet using a guide with a hammer. The new Renault Twingo can now reach blistering speeds of up to 45 kilometers per hour, thanks to its unparalleled power-to-weight ratio of 3 horsepower per 1,000 tons, which means you can impede traffic for just a fraction of the price of another car. In addition, the improved efficiency of the turbofan engine allows the Renault Twingo to consume as little as 11,400 gallons of fuel for every hour of operation, making it an economical and environmentally conscious option for transportation. The 5.5 R6M S500 Triumph Beta M anti-ballistic missile system comes standard with every Renault Twingo, with a range of over 600 kilometers and a response time of less than 4 seconds. Triumph Beta M has the capability to simultaneously detect and intercept up to 10 hypersonic missiles and aircraft at speeds of up to 7 kilometers per second, allowing the Renault Twingo to repel any and all modern airborne threats with ease, and giving you peace of mind that your car will not get exploded by a Trident II ballistic missile launched by the Royal Navy while crossing the Channel Tunnel into England due to your status on the United Kingdom National Crime Agency Most Wanted list. Finally, for additional peace of mind, the Renault Twingo utilizes the doctrine of mutually assured destruction for ultimate nuclear deterrence. Despite its compact design, the Renault Twingo comes with a standard variable yield thermonuclear gravity bomb in the trunk with a blast yield of 1.2 megatons of TNT, meaning if you are threatened by your political enemies or someone cuts you off on the motorway, you can release 5 petajoules of explosive power to instantly vaporize
Wait, what? Bosnian Ape Society. Patreon members. Oh, this is from Bosnian. I was about to say, this reminds me of that guy who does... Yeah, okay, it was Bosnian Ape Society, that's why. All their videos are hilarious. Dear. But yeah, that's it. We're caught up. I could refresh. Let's just... Shall we see? Shall we see if... I'm going to put... before we do it, just in case. Add post flare. Watched. And then we'll just see if anything new was posted in the last 2 hours. Alright, yeah, there's a couple things. Yep, so Catalan's addendum with Thomas and Friends got added. Cool.
Pinchy!
Pinchy.
You think you can escape me? Oh, I guess you just did. No problemo!
Derails itself, yeah.
You can run, but you can't hide!
I love all the Half-Life physics sound effects. Militarized Tesco shopping cart? Yeah, yeah.
Say hello to my little friend! Ah! Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Well. That was Henry, wasn't it?
What? No!
Gordon, that's right. It's Gordon, it's the other engine.
Hey, Clawboy! What? Huh? Who's there? Show yourself!
So, you just gonna let that Stevie
What the
roll all
heck?
over you like that?
What? No! And who are you two supposed to be? We're from the studio next door.
Yeah, we know what it's like being shadowed by the stars.
Shadows? I cast shadows! I'm the largest engine here, with a massive, terrifying claw!
About that claw.
It's kind of underwhelming.
Honestly, it's probably best you stay background.
Yeah, if it were so impressive, Thomas would have been put in his place by now. Now, hang on a second. Fellas, I believe it is time this Stevie was put in his place. And where precisely might that place be? Out of the picture.
And we know someone who can help.
So, you wish to remove the star? Well, let us see what we can improve.
The crossover I never expected to see. Thomas and Cars. The fight was what you were planning to show? You haven't seen the rest of this? Cars crossover?
All done.
What the fuck? A monster train. Rather than a monster truck, monster train.
You must turn right to go left.
I know, I know. Feeling lucky, punk? Come on, you steamy. Okay. Let's see. Huh? Hop in.
Cars in a car.
Wait, who's that? He's the Thomas where we come from.
This is where we need your help.
Oh, of course. No problemo. Wait, hold on.
Nine. Clutch, then shift.
Well, why in the world did you choose a manual? Hey, yeah, that's a good question, Z.
Just shift the gear.
Okay.
Now, accelerate. 9, don't brake yet. Go, now, gas. Clutch. Don't forget clutch. Good.
This is so bizarre. Monster diesel train powered by Monster.
This is smooth now. Brake! I said brake like 1,000 times. Why did you not brake? Ugh, whatever. Just take this exit.
How are they gripping the seat? Demo stream. Oh yes. Thank you for reminding me. I'll plan that in for this week.
Just that little building over there.
Why is there fire coming out of it? That's not good. You've seen it before? Cars from Cars driving real cars.
Push them.
Aw.
Mayday! Come in, Star Command.
Another crossover. The claw. Bit of a spoiler. That's alright. In this version, it's Marty. What's his face? I've forgotten the character's name.
Now that's a claw.
Fair time for plan B.
What the hell's his name? I can't remember his name. Lightning McQueen, there it is. I remembered. Yeah, I got it just before you posted it. Yeah. I couldn't get Marty. My brain was stuck on Marty McFly for some reason. I was like, wait, what's the car from Cars' name? Also, yeah, so one last thing. We'll wrap up the stream with this last thing. Very real, trust this person. Oh, wait, was this is the one from before. Yeah. No, okay, we've seen it already. Yeah, okay. Cool. All right. I'll add the flair to this one as well. Watched. Cool. All right. That's it. I think that'll be the end of our stream here. Yeah. No, so I've got the demo stream planned. I know at some point this week I'm going to stream with Core Gamer. or Dominic, pardon me, on the game Ready or Not. I'll just remind myself. Wait, F11. Let's see. I haven't got it sorted anywhere. No, not Rewind to Die. Ready or Not. Yeah, I was right. So yeah, we're gonna do a stream of this at some point this week. I'll do the demo stream, and I've got a regular multiplayer stream. Probably tomorrow. We'll see. I'm hoping to do it tomorrow, so you guys it can still be the weekend for you guys. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. My only fear with doing, because I was gonna do it. My plan is to do a Gothic phone stream tomorrow, but I'm a little nervous to do that just because I'm afraid the reason I stopped doing them in the past historically was because people would join and do horrible stuff, or join and then not play along properly, and so they kept messing up the Gothic phone thing. So we'll see how I feel about that. It might be worth restricting it to just people who I know from the channel, but or from the community, I should say. But I don't know how many of them will be available, so we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I might try and set up a private DM for specific people to join, and then from there we can add people if we need to or if we want to. But yeah. Anyway, thank you so much for joining me. Good lunch. Yep, I will. That's honestly, I'm so hungry. I really want to go eat something. Good meeting. Yeah, good meeting. If you want to watch the 11 other clips I've posted for the next reaction stream, I might repost 3 or 5 per reaction stream if you can watch them on your own time, whichever works for you. Yeah, I'll probably watch them in my own time. I'll sift through because there's a few videos there we weren't able to watch or I didn't watch. That I'll go through and I'll watch in my own time. I think that works. That's probably the best. I want all your Tetramino. Well, I can't watch them all in one stream, and it's almost broke rule 1 according to the AI. Oh, according to the AI. Have a great day and good eats. Thank you, Digits. I appreciate it. Yeah, I shall. And good night to most of you. And I shall have some good eats very soon, very shortly. If I had a PC, I'd love to, but I'm limited to a phone. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. See you guys. Have a good rest of your night / day, depending on your time zone. And I'll see you in the next stream. Yeah, bye.